Hello, is this thing on? Hi. Stream 271. And I'm not quite ready to set up, and for some reason my camera's not right. Just this camera slightly. Ever so slightly. Hey there, Larly Monkey. Is that better? That's better. How are you doing? Still setting things up. I'm a little bit behind today. Had the stream window open with your sound very loud. I'll start off with a loud noise next time. It'll like freak you out. Oh, where's my windows? There we go. Oh, someone's alarm just went off in the other room. I wonder what that's about. I wonder if they have it set to go off every hour. Probably. Still setting things up here in the background. Sorry. Hey there, Nui. Air horns get the programming morning off with a jolt. Like some radio stations, maybe? Some kind of really loud, abrupt jingle. Well, welcome to the programming today. Something like that. All right. Let's see. Why did I bring that blazing white screen up? I want to grab this link here. And do they have dark mode yet for this thing? One of these days they're going to have dark mode, right? And then I won't notice it until someone says, "Hey, did you know that there's dark mode now?" And I don't think they have dark mode on this yet. It's a bummer. Yeah, but not online. I can't find out where to turn it on online here. OneNote online. It's all light mode. Gonna burn my eyes out. Copy. Paste. Copy to clipboard. And I got this link working. Yes. Okay. So back to today. And hey there, A Squared. How are you doing? Just still setting things up. I figure it's okay to start the stream even though I'm still setting up because it takes like people like 5-10 minutes to even get the notification I'm streaming and all that. Although I think it's a bummer for people on YouTube watching this that they might want to skip 5-10 minutes to see the actual programming, but you know they can do that. That's fine, right? I guess you can just fast forward a few ticks. Okay, I'm just going to my Discord stream plan. Say today and yesterday. I'm working on unit tests for my game's Lua scripts. Paste, and there we go. So I forgot to do that yesterday, so did it today. Right? Try turning off light mode. If there was a setting at all, either way, I would try it, but there's no setting at all. It's kind of a bummer. All right. So yeah, the plan is basically just to continue what I was doing yesterday, go through existing Lua scripts and add unit tests for them, build up mocks for the game infrastructure to support the unit tests. So I did a little bit post-stream yesterday. I don't know what I had at the end of last stream. I think I just had like 2 or 3 of these tests. I think I just had dialogue start destroy. No, I didn't have those. I think I had these ones, perhaps only these ones. So yeah, I think I was here at the end of last stream, and I kind of worked upwards, so to speak, kind of mirroring the functions that I have in utilities.lua. So find free slot is here. So the next one up was find dialogue by name. So I added a test for that, and then destroy entity, and then dialogue start, and then create entity, and then count components if I was just about to start working on that one. Oh, that's weird. My shortcut for marking it as a comment isn't working. That's weird. Does it work in this file? Let's see. No. Oh, I'm hitting Control Shift slash, not Control slash. Control slash does it. All right. Dark mode sitting on the browser. I could try that. What am I doing? I'm getting the link, pasting it back here. You're saying in the browser. Well, the browser doesn't, Chrome doesn't have a built-in dark mode, right? Appearance. There's the theme that I was using, but there's no, is there a built-in dark mode now? No. So yeah, I could try the theme, I guess. That's one of these up here, right? I can't remember. I don't remember. I don't feel like looking at it right now. I have Dark Reader? Yeah, I probably do. How come I can't see it up here? Oh, there it is. Yeah, what does it look like in Dark Reader? I just say just for this site, right? I'm gonna turn it on. That turns it on for everything, though. Oh yeah, it just looks totally broken. Look at that. It doesn't really work. This is still white, and it should. So dark mode doesn't work. Oh well. It makes this dark and doesn't do anything with that. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna go to the game and put in the link for today. Joink. And go ahead and start the bot and go to today. Really, it's the same command, only a different link. There we go. Done. Darker, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work. Who knows why? Yeah, did you try the command after I updated it? I think you did, right? Because, yeah, the link is updated. Nice. Okay. Okay, and just a reminder, we have the featured.chat, so moderators and a few select VIPs like A Squared and Nui can access that and highlight chat messages if they want. I think everyone really liked that yesterday, and I actually even told a few other streamers about it who didn't know. And I got like one person who said they would look at it later, they bookmarked it, and the other one said, nah, I already have something for that. So, but that's okay. Okay, we don't know what I'm going to do yet. Okay, good with that. Going back to the code here. I think I'm okay if you want to put stuff on now showing. It's just that I might not know you did it. But maybe that's okay. If I'm already like in the midst of answering a question, go ahead and put it on the not showing, on the now showing. How about we say that? If I'm already addressing and talking about it, you can go direct to now showing. But if it's like a candidate, like I haven't started talking about it yet, and you kind of would like me to, then just put it on deck. There you go. So it's like extra stuff. I figure that you guys enjoyed the extra stream interaction. So, it's kind of like for you too. All right. So I'm basically going through the utility scripts. These are like the leaf nodes, so to speak, in the dependency hierarchy for the scripts I have. Like these functions are doing specific little things that don't really depend on much other than the underlying game infrastructure. So they don't depend on other scripts so much. And so they've been really easy to test. Like create entity, it just does the thing and it just verifies that it put the correct game feedback in. So count components if goes to the game infrastructure and asks it to run this function for every component of a certain type, and it calls a visitor, and if visitor returns true, it increments a number, and it's going to return that number. So I'll set up an artificial system here where we have, I think, we want to make sure it calls that, which means that we'll want to have like fake components of two different types, I guess. And I had dialogue set up. Let's put some other things in here, like player and NPC and position and we'll just make them empty. Tile. And I can end with commas, right? Unlike JSON. In Lua and JavaScript, I can end on a comma, which I like to do these days. So there's a dialog, and let's put like maybe 2 positions in here. X equals 2, Y equals 5, and then let's have 2 positions in here, 3 and 7, and then we'll bracket it with something else like a tile, but I'll have the tile have the same entity number. So I don't know, ID equals 42 or something, 42, and then we'll call the thing. So count components if return something, right? Yeah, so we can say local count equals that, and it takes a component type and a visitor. So the component type would be pos. Visitor would be a function that takes entity and component. And it's supposed to return a Boolean. Let me add another position here. We'll make the Boolean like if x is less than 3. Like 1 and 0 or something like that, right? And then we'll expect equal 2 positions will be x is less than 3 for count. And so we'll say if component dot x is less than 3, or just return that. And let's try that. Today might be kind of a boring day for a lot of people because I'm not really writing any new code. I'm just writing test framework stuff for code that already exists. But I need this. It's going to be the basis of what I am building up for developing the scripts in a way that I have fewer bugs. So I really need to have it. Cool. First try. So let me try to break it. Let's put that to 4. That should break it, right? Right. X expected is 2, actual 1. Nice. Let's move on. Count components. So it's the same thing, only there's no visitor. Easy peasy. We'll just have it count the positions in the same test set, even. Count components. So there's no visitor, right? It's just a component type. And we'll expect 3. And run that again. And it passes. The privacy policy clearly copied from somewhere, and that is why we provide opt-out links above. Oh, do you mean in featured.chat? Because I don't think my privacy policy has that. Yeah, we could tell Lucky No Slevin that maybe he might need to go through his privacy policy and fix those little things. I'm not exactly sure what state it's in, because when you go to the site, it kind of doesn't say whether it's alpha, beta, released, whatever. I'm assuming it's still like an open beta. Yeah, features.chat or featured chat, yeah. I'm just gonna assume that it's like an open beta and they haven't really ironed out all the kinks, and that's probably one of them. So I don't know. We could probably does he even have a feedback thing in here? Doesn't even really have a feedback thing in the app. Anyway, Twitch owns it, so they'll probably be able to like at least accept bug reports about it sometime in the future. Okay, I think I hit the top of the file, so the only way to go is down, unfortunately. Launch particle, I guess would be next. Trying to keep them in line. Oh, wait a minute, no. So I had a hole in there, didn't I? Between find free slot and Manhattan distance, there's launch particle and a couple other things. Launch particle. So what does launch particle do? It takes a zone, a path, a duration, a tile set, and a tile, and it mostly takes those and puts it into a message. But it also takes the path and makes them into a nice JSON object with X's and Y's out of the list. So that's another thing we want to do. Suppose the disable button is the opt-out. I figure that opt-out in general would be just stop using it, right? Unless they give you finer grained control, but I didn't see anything. There's not much actually control in there. It's pretty bare bones for what it does. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone's who's used it so far has already put on the to-do list or the feature request to be able to customize things, because there's lots of settings that are just hard-coded, like the fact that the now showing disappears after 2 minutes. It's like, okay, I guess 2 minutes is hard-coded in there somewhere. I'm sure someone has asked to make that customizable, so I'm not even going to bother to put it in there. Can disable your account and stop using it. Yeah, it's like the standard way to opt out, right? You just say part ways, and you say delete all my datas. I'm assuming it's at least GDPR compliant in that you can request all your data to be deleted if you delete your account. But who knows? Maybe not. All right. I think the zone, duration, tile set, and tile are just passed through, so we can put whatever the heck we want there. Let's delete all this stuff. Local zone, so I just make up random numbers here. So duration is 7, tile set is 12, tile is 8, and the path, though, is a little bit more involved, right? Actually can't find a link for account data. Like, you can't request your data. Maybe it's not GDPR compliant. I don't know. That said, I'm not in the European Union. I'm in the US, so GDPR, I don't know. It would be if I was a European user, I guess. I might have a problem with it. There's an email in the privacy policy. Oh, okay. Path needs to be, it's an iPair, so it's going to be a list. And then everything in it is going to be a little tuple. So this is going to be a list of tuples. Like 1, 3, just picking random numbers here. 4, 7, and let's have it go to like 8, -2. Sound good? And then we'll call it, so launch particle, zone, path, duration, tile set, tile, and then moon unit expect equal, and it's again using the feedback system, so there's going to be some piece of feedback expected for game feedback. You have to find the policy and find the email there, which is formatted as a link support to do so. Huh. Oh, you mean there's an email you can write to give them requests or feedback? Okay. The feedback is type equals event. Is this right? No. I got it wrong. It's type and data. And data is always a JSON object. I get tripped up because in my C++ it's a capitalized, and in Lua it's lowercase, just by convention. It's tripping me up left and right now. I think I'm just going to cheat and do this. Yeah, except for path list. Let's just put in what the path list is. So we expect a bunch of JSON objects, right? That's what this does. X equals 1, Y equals 3. 2 more of those, so just copying these coordinates. 8 and -2. That's a lot of indentation, isn't it? Run it. Okay, I got something wrong. Whoops. I didn't mean to hit that button. Oh yeah, that was ECS. Isn't that nice? It tells me the path. It's 1 dot type is expected ECS and it was event. Oh, actually, that was backwards, wasn't it? This is backwards. It should say expected event, actual is ECS. Ooh. Should probably fix that. Expected. Which one of these is it? It's probably the one inside of compare Lua tables, right? So what was one? Right-hand side. Yeah, so this is backwards. Let's fix that. Fix it, we will. Expected event. Okay, there we go. Fixed it. Much better. My Yoda voice. My kids love it. I have no idea how good it is, but my kids think it's awesome. Hey there, I play poker badly. How are you doing? What's up today is kind of more maybe boring stuff, but I gotta do it. It's going back and making unit tests for game scripts that I built before I made unit tests for them. So kind of making up for past follies. And the idea, once I have all of these having corresponding unit tests, then any new scripts I do for the game will be doing that with test-driven development. So I have fewer bugs, hopefully. Apparently, there's a Twitch Prime loot. Let me play with this. There we go. No, he says apparently there's a Twitch Prime loot gifting where you can put a random gift into a chest and the streamer initiates, and then gives it out to the viewers. So loot for Twitch is like in-game loot for whatever game you're playing, right? That's pretty cool, I guess. I'm guessing it's just limited to games. Making up for past follies kind of describes your development process. Hey, but that's cool, right? It means that we learn something, and then we're making up for past mistakes. It's a positive thing. All right, so launch particle is tested. Next, get player inventory. Let's do get player inventory. Prime members will be able to give up to 3 additional copies of select in-game loot. So that means I just have to have in-game loot for my game, right? I wonder what it takes to get your game in the list of games that Twitch stuff allows you to pass out loot for. If it's not too hard, maybe we'll just play around with that, right? We can have like special items in my game just to play around with that we can gift to people who have accounts. I bet you it's like you have to pay some money, or your game has to be a certain like popularity or in some kind of list. Like you can't just add categories in Twitch. I know you have to get it listed some other place, and once it's listed there, Twitch pulls data from there, and then their categories are synchronized to that. So you have to kind of convince, I forget where the list was, but you have to convince the people who run that list that yes, this is a legitimate game. You can go play it now. Please add it to your list. Because both Botland and Thrusty's ship, so both Mike and Adam had their games put into that list, but it wasn't a like automated thing. They had to convince some human somewhere that what they were doing was a legitimate game. Okay, let me take that link and look. We'll look at it later. If it's like super automated and easy, maybe we can put loot in my game that you can gift through Twitch. Although, even if that's not there, I'll already have my own point system, and you can gift points, and I could have it so you can just redeem the points in-game for things, right? All right, get player inventory. You're given a player entity, and it looks up the player component and extracts the items out of it. So that means I'm going to want to have one of those. Like this, only with a player, right? So player is the name of the component. So even though it feels like it should be plural, it's singular because that's a category. The category, components, category, player, and then entity, whatever I want. And what's important is it's going to pull out the items. So let's put in some other things like name Bob. We'll put the items in here, items. And it looks like it doesn't process it at all, so I can just do whatever I want. So I can say items is foo for all, and it should work. And then, I don't know, HP is 42 or something like that. And let's have another player in there. And just put something else in here for Fred and bar and 17 or something like that. Then we're going to call get player inventory. So local inventory equals get player inventory. The entity number. So we'll pick out Bob. I kind of feel like putting something before Bob so that it has to find it, like, and not just grab the first one. Alex. Items. Let's just put nil there. 8. Alright. Moon unit expect equal foo for inventory. Easy peasy. Oh, didn't work. Oh, I don't have that mocked yet. Hey, Poker Badly says, I would assume Amazon contacts you, buy a bunch of game content for you for a big discount, and then give that away. So there would have to be some kind of, what do you call it? Monetary infrastructure in my game where things could be bought, right? Which I don't have. Oh well. So it probably won't work for me until I have like in-game monetary payment systems. That's cool. We could buy people Fortnite merch instead. All right, I need to mock the with entity component of type in the framework here. So we had mocked with component of type. We don't have with entity component type. And the way that works is there's a visitor and then a component type and then an entity. Visitor type entity. Go ahead and put commas at the ends here. All right. So instead of looping through all of the components of that type, we're going to pick it out, right? So we'll say like local component equals self components type index entity. And we'll say if component, then visitor entity component, right? Is that what it is expected to do? No, it's just a component, so there's no entity passed back. There we go. See if that fixed it. Yep, fixed it. Yeah, these should go pretty smoothly because they are very low level. So has component is next. Has component. I saw a flicker on my other monitor. I don't know what it came from, and it makes me worried. As component. Okay, how does this work? Oh, it just calls that, and if the visitor gets called at all, we return true. All right, so that's a lot simpler. Let me start with this. And we'll have like one which has a player, one that can just have 2 players, right? Yeah, let's just keep it simple. Let's have one, well, 2 entities, one that has both a player and a position. 2y equals 4, doesn't really matter. And then we'll have expect false has component, the entity is first, right? 9 position. And then, but true for 10. And let's throw in there one that guaranteed will be false. And then we'll expect a true for 9 player and 10 player. Just make this more exhaustive, right? But false for 8. There we go. Cool. I should make it fail once to make sure that it's failing correctly. Oh, I need to make it one of the expect trues. Cool, so it's failing correctly. 154, yeah, alright. Nice, alright, cool. Next, Manhattan distance, which we already did. Oh, did I copy that twice, or did I mess something up? How come there's an extra copy of find free slot? Oh, I messed up find free slot. I accidentally deleted it. Good thing I have this GitLens stuff, so let's recover it from GitLens. Wonder how I did that. How did I delete that stuff by accident? Huh. Well, I fixed that. Fixed. So it's just adds, and then what happened here? Oh, I forgot to make those local. That's what happened there. Cool. Thank you, Git. And find free slot is not in the proper place, is it? Find free slot should go above launch particle. Right here. Okay. So we had Manhattan distance is the next one, right? And then modify component delta. And so the next would be play sound. Play sound. So what do we expect? Actually, it looks a lot like the particle thing. I'm going to copy from launch particle. This one. Because it has the same path thing. The only difference is that there is, instead of tile set and tile, it is a sound name, right? So, sound. Boom. And we'll expect this to say sound equals sound. Has the same duration, zone, and path. Alrighty. And it broke because there's no sound. Oh, this shouldn't be launch particle. It should be play sound. Nice. Very quick, like Lua should be. No compilation needed. You just run it again. Roll damage. And I think here I get to play around with some really cool things in Lua because see how it's taking from math random? Well, we can override math random to have it do things that are not random. And that's, I think, what I'm going to do. So we'll have it so when this runs, we'll replace math random with something else. But first, let's get this done. I think what we'll do is we'll arrange a bunch of roles. So we'll say math.random equals a function, and it takes two things, right? Min and max. And let's have a count. And we'll say roles, so local roles equals because we're going to be given different values for die sides. Actually, we can just program in what we expect, right? For min and max. So let's say what we expect for min and max is let's have a different die sides each time, and then we'll give the roles that we want to have. So like 2. Do we want to give names for these things? Yeah, let's give names. Min, max, roll. And how many times are we going to run it? Maybe just 3 times or something. And let's say that one rolls a minimum and that one rolls a maximum. All right, and then so we're going to run this 3 times and expect 3 different damage rolls, right? So expect moon unit. Expect equal, I don't know yet, but we're going to call roll damage for, what should we say for base? Let's say 1. Number of rolls is... Oh, this might call it twice. Let's have this one be 2 rolls. A 1 and a 3. So it'll be 1 roll of a 4-sided die with 0 damage reduction. So what should that be? 1d4 plus 1. And the roll is a 2, right? So 2 plus 1, that would be a 3. I got that right? Minus a damage reduction. If it's less than 1, it's 1. So 2 more, right? So for this one, it's 2 rolls. Let's have the let's have no base. It's a 6-sided die, and let's have it go negative. No, it's going to be 3 plus 1. 1 plus 3 is 4. Let's have 2 damage reduction. So that goes down to a 2. Oh, that downs to a 2, right? And then the last one is a 1d8 plus... Let's have this one go negative. So let's have it roll a 1. And no bonus, and a damage reduction of 2. So we should get a 1 from that. 1d8 plus 0 minus 2. Alright. Let's see if I got that right. Nope, not at all. Attempt to perform arithmetic on a nil value. I guess it's this. Oh, yeah, because I didn't do it right here. Okay, I didn't finish this. We should say count equals count plus 1. Seems you got a gift from the above action. Unfortunately, it's League of Legends TFT Little Legends. What action? Oh, someone gifted you something in League of Legends from some other stream? I didn't see any action in my stream. Are you talking about a different stream? The gift chest thing. I don't know this gift chest thing. Is this in my stream? It's something I don't know about going on? Monka asks. Or is it something else? Oh, a different stream. Okay. Whew. I'm like, there's a gift stream in my stream? I don't even know about it? Alright, add 1 to the count, and we're going to return rolls. No, I'm going to have 2 things, right? Moon unit expect equal rolls count min for min, and expect max for max. And then we're going to end up returning rolls count roll. Run it again. Yay, passed. First Chang. So if I change this to like 4, it would break it, right? Wait a minute, where's... Oh, I'd have the wrong name. Shoot. This should be roll damage. Yeah, so that checks the rolls correct, and then one of the... Let's break one of these. Right? Cool. Nice. So that tests the rolling for damage in various ways. If you're a Twitch Prime user, you can put a gift into the chest. Oh, like in the header bar of Twitch? Yeah. Well, that's cool, though. You got something. Can you gift it to someone else who does play? That would be sweet. I don't play it, so I'd be in the same situation. I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. I got a gift for a game I never play. It's their sneaky way of getting you to try out the game, and maybe I should do the same thing for my game. People get random loot. What's this game, Omni Arena? I got a gift for it. Some kind of weird sword. I don't even know this game. If not table, then return and get candidates. Oh, right. This is like this is the function I use when I have a loot table or a spawn table, and we have like a list of probabilities. It's interesting that I chose to roll a different random number for every loop. It's interesting the way I did this. So everything has a chance to be selected. If you're lucky enough and you get within the chance probability, it's added to a candidate list. And if we have more than one candidate, we select them at random and they're equally valuable. Huh. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it. It goes to a step-by-step page with steps being created in an Amazon account, then learn more about Twitch Prime, link to Twitch, link to League of Legends, redeem gift. So it's very rigid, huh? Bummer. Be the last one if they instead had exchange gift. That would be cool. Or if you can do it even before the link to League of Legends. Link to Twitch and then give the gift to someone who has League of Legends. Yeah. Bummer. Select by chance. So it's going to be kind of like this. We'll have some kind of mock for math random. And then we're going to table. Oh, right. Given the table. Wait a minute. It's just returning the entry then? Yeah. It's just returning the entry in the table. Ah, okay. So we'll have to have a table of some kind. So, I don't know. Local table. And the table has to have a CH entry in it. And it has to be just an array. So something that has a CH entry. So we'll put like so these random calls don't have any arguments. So we'll have to arrange our table in a weird way. I think I know how to do it, because with tables like this, you can be flexible in Lua. You can have something like x equals 5 followed by an entry that doesn't have x in it, and Lua's just fine with that. Chance, what would we do? Like, let's say 50-50, and let's just put like name or something. And then let's say 0.25 chance of bar. That's probably good enough. I don't need to make it any more complicated than that, right? And then let's have let's have 5 different outcomes. Neither one's picked. Foo is picked only. Bar is picked only. Foo and bar are both picked, and then Foo wins. And then the other one is where Foo and bar are both picked and bar wins. So, moon unit expect equal Foo. No, nothing, right? What actually returns? Oh yeah, we return nil, so it'd be nil. Returns nil. For select by chance table. And then the second would be foo is picked only. If the streamer initiated another one, it seems it also displays a random user they put a certain egg, the same item that you got. Oh, interesting. So it's like a random gift? Huh. Let me read that again, see if I understand. The streamer initiated another one. It seems it also displays a random user that they put a certain egg, the same item you got. So a random user gets the egg, and when they open it, they get the item? Okay. Sounds like just like different ways to drum up hype for a game. Get people to play a game. Ooh, I can get loot for this game that I wouldn't otherwise play. So let's make this one a foo. And it's going to return the entry, so we're going to like want to do an N here. And then bar. And then again, foo and bar. So we'll arrange it where this one neither is picked. Foo is picked alone, bar is picked alone. Foo and bar are both picked, and foo is chosen in the runoff. And then here where bar is picked in the runoff. So that means the first roll, we need to have it where it goes under all of those, right? No, over all of them. So the first two rolls will be greater than these numbers. So let's comment this first selection, neither picked. So it's got to return a number that is greater than or equal to the chance. So that's 0.5. So let's say 0.6. Actually, does it just want roll? And I don't need to expect. For these ones, we'll expect nil for min and max. So I'll have a min and a max. Min nil, max nil. Yeah, let's do it that way. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Probably League of Legends paid them some mucho dinero to run the promotion, right? Or there's some. I'm assuming there's some deal between them. Money was exchanged, and it's to hype League of Legends. Hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing? I'm manufacturing little test scenarios for low-level scripts today. So the second roll will be against that chance, so it just has to be above that. So it can be 0.4. It can be below the first one as long as it's above the second one. So that neither one will be picked there. Second selection. Foo picked alone. So I can get rid of these now. So we want to go under 0.5. So 0.4, and then this one we can go over. So we just leave it at that, right? And then the third will be bar is picked alone. So over 0.5, but under 0.25. So I got my issue resolved from the end of stream yesterday. The JSON value equality checks. Don't remember what it was at the end of last stream, but yeah, we got it fixed. It's all a vague cloud to me because I had to really run quickly to do the kid pickup, and then actually I should have, no, I did a little bit of work after that. Yeah, so there are too many things that I did between then and now for me to remember exactly what the problem was and how I fixed it. The redeem page is at least openable in private mode. Okay. Toulouse, do you remember what the problem was? What the issue was? Yesterday, what was I doing specifically? It was probably the test for... Was it the test for these? JSON, the nils? Oh, it might have been. I think I got it to work at the very end, and it had to do with how I set up the mock for JSON meta. And I think the trick was that I hadn't implemented the length, and I wasn't returning the values from the indexers. Like these, for index, you have to return something, otherwise the whole thing breaks down. And if I don't have a length, it didn't work either. Yeah, so I think the bugs with find free slot were in the mock for JSON, and it was that you have to have a proper length and the indexer had to return something, and I forgot that escaped my vision for the longest time. I didn't have that was missing, so I'm like, I'm computing the correct value, but how come it's still nil? And it's because I wasn't returning it. So yeah, that's one thing you learn when you're working with Lua, is if something is supposed to, like the concept of supposed to return doesn't exist in Lua. If you don't return something, Lua's like, okay, if someone wants a value, I'll give them nil. And similarly, if you return something and like the caller didn't expect a return value, it's okay. It's kind of like C, where there's no warnings, or the warnings are ignored, where it's like, you didn't use the return value. Oh well. And yeah, and the other way, which is even worse, is that you're expected to get a value and you didn't return one. Okay, we'll just put nil there. Is JavaScript like that too? Like if you don't return something, and then something calling this like assigns the return value to something, would they get like undefined, I guess? Lua seems like a real jerk. Lua is very carefree, and it's like, oh, they need something? Okay, here, have a nil. So nils are like cheap, right? Either undefined or null. I bet it would be undefined. Null, like, in my experience so far in JavaScript, null is a very specific thing. Yeah, I'm thinking it's undefined. So that gets confusing to me too. When I go between JavaScript and Lua and Python, like nil becomes null, and undefined sometimes in JavaScript is a nil in a Lua. And yeah, I guess in Python it's none, right? Yeah, none, as in no value. Okay, selecting by chance, the bar is picked alone. Yes, so the fourth one I want to have both are picked. Fourth selection, both are picked. Foo wins runoff. So that means we'll have to roll under the probability for both, and then we have a third roll which has a min-max of 1 and 2, and then we roll a 1. And then we'll have a fifth selection, both are picked, and bar wins the runoff. So I guess I can use the same numbers here, but just have a different roll. Okay. So again, we'll expect the right things for min-max, and then we return the roll. Is that all I need to do? I think so. Let's just try it. Nope. I missed something. Null is actually null. These aren't considered equal? That's interesting. Then in Python, true and false are capital. Most of the other languages are lowercase. Yeah, Python's kind of weird about that. That literal values are capitalized like that. This is a chance-based function. How can you... Let's highlight this one. This is a chance-based function. How can you ensure the results are consistent? Because we're overloading, or we're overriding math.random. Because we can do that in Lua. They use... Or, I mean, my own code uses math random, so math is a standard library in Lua, but Lua is extremely malleable. I just say, okay, math random is some other function, and which is not random at all. It has a table of what rolls we're going to make, and the results completely manufactured. And every time it's called, we just go to the next thing in the table and expect what we expect, and then return the roll that's pre-programmed for it. So it's totally not by chance anymore. And we can do the same thing with anything like timing related, like something that calls a sleep. We can just have sleep do nothing, or just record the fact that it was told to sleep, and then we can check later, did they sleep for the correct amount of time? So that's kind of what you want in a unit test, is you want to mock everything, including time and chance. And I did something wrong here, and I don't know what. If that failed, that meant that it probably went into here and succeeded, so I don't know what to do here. Can I do a moon unit expect true false and just see how many times it ran? It ran it twice. Okay, so it did run to completion. I wonder if nil and is never equal to nil. This will return early, right? That should give me a nil. Maybe nil is never equal to nil. Like kind of like undefined is never equal to undefined. Let me check. I'd Alt Enter in Word. It doesn't open the context menu. Hmm. All right. Oh, I forgot to run my channel view timer. Anyway. Build, and then Lua, and I can run Lua. So nil equals nil. True. Nil should equal nil. Then why does this fail? Can I do like this? $280. Oh, it got further. Well, that's weird. Huh. So this would be the third roll. Expected nil, but got a 1. Actually, we don't know if it might... Oh, wait. It's always going to roll a runoff, even if there's only one candidate. Oh, we don't even need to do that. So, but right now it's going to expect it. I see. So that is here. So it's 1-to-1 returns a 1. So that actually points out a flaw in the algorithm then. That it requires an extra roll. But anyway, this other problem, why can't I fill that in directly there? I think I might know why. It might be something weird when something doesn't return value and you put it in there. Maybe it's not even listed at all. But actually, I kind of want to see in the debugger what the types are. Let me put this back there. And then let me add some code to Moon Unit to actually print the types out. Expected. Was it right here? Or was it this one? It's probably this one, right? That's assert equal. This one? Yeah. Let's print out the type. So that's a Lua type, I think. Type name? Lua L type name. Yeah. And then run it again. No value. Okay, so no value and nil are different. That's good to know. So there's actually a type reserved for like something that has no value and it's different from nil. That's cool. I didn't know that about Lua. Where would I find that? Maybe inside of here? Aha. Look at that. There's a none type that's different from nil. Very interesting. Man, I wonder if I should just make a special case. That way I can have the expect work the way I expect. So some kind of check to make sure that these types are equivalent. Let me make a note to do that later. I kind of don't want to work on Moon Unit too much right now. I want to get the unit test done. So let me say to do enhance Moon Unit to fold together expected actual values of types Lua T none, Lua T nil, and consider them the same. There's other things I wanted to do here anyway, like I wanted to, what was it? I wanted to do something else to this. Maybe it was just add these type names so we can see that. Because if you compare a table with an integer, it'll do the same thing and it'll say null, and you won't know it's a table unless we print a table. So I did that in one place, but there are a couple other places I wanted to do that in. There's something else, I can't remember what it was though. Anyway, right now I'm going to work around it by, I guess just doing that in front everywhere. Actually, this is the only one where I expect a nil. These ones shouldn't be nil, so those should actually all pass now, right? Yep, so it passes. So expect a nil for the first call, but then expect a candidate selected for the next 4 times, and then these verify the roles that the correct things were requested. Either a 0 to 1 or a integer to integer role. And this one's checking to make sure that there were 2 candidates selected in the last 2 selections, and then we picked one or the other. Got it. Okay, cool. Moving on. Update character health. This is probably an easier one. And that's great because that last one was kind of tricky. Update character health. So I could mock this, and I think I will do that just to make it simpler. Something it'd be hard to do in C++, but it's totally easy in Lua because we know when this test is run, it's run last, after this is parsed. So, I mean, after wherever that's defined as parsed, which would be right here. So, when it's used, basically, I can mock that as a dependency. So I can say that equals some other function, right? And what does it actually take? Entity yeah, we'll just copy this. I'll do something in there in a minute. Okay, so there's 2 cases. It's either the hit points are at the maximum or they're not. If they're at the maximum, we're removing the health bar. Otherwise, we're setting the health bar. So we should run it twice, right? So update character health. 42. NPC. 0 out of 8. Well, no, 8 out of 8. That's the first one, right? That will check that the health bar is removed. And then the other one, like, I don't know, 27 player. Let's reduce their hit points to 4 out of 12. And then I can just keep this simple, right? I can say deltas local, of course, equals some empty list, and then this one just adds to it. Deltas, length of deltas plus 1 equals, and then entity equals entity, component type equals component type, delta equals delta. And then we can just have this say moon unit expect equal a table of tables, right? For deltas. Easy peasy. Lurk time? Yeah, I'm sorry this is more focused and less interactive with the stream. I gotta get through it though. Right, so entity is 42 here, component type is NPC, and delta, this is the tricky one. I have to go drive? I'm sorry. I hate driving these days. I used to love driving, but you know what I hate about driving? Other drivers. So unpredictable at times that it drives me crazy. Alright, so for this first one, the hit points are equal to the max, so we expect the label and the max to be nils. So, right, so HBL equals JSON nil. HBM equals JSON nil. And the second one would be entity 27 player. And this one we expect the numbers pass through, so that should be a 4 and a 12. Run. Broke it. Enable the Lua script. Okay, I messed up with one of these is missing. 304. Oh, it told me that right there. Isn't that nice that it tells me the line number? Actual value key missing HBL. 1 delta. That's missing, it's telling me. Did I do this right? That's a table. I'm storing the table as is. It's almost like it unwrapped that. It should not have, though, right? If I turn that into a 7, I'll get a different error, right? No, the key is missing. Interesting. So is it that it's not getting any table there? Extra key HP. Oh, I'm forgetting that one. I'm dumb. There are 2 modified deltas. I forgot about that. We would have to have the whole table output? Maybe, but I found that pretty quick, I thought. I mean, the clue that the key was missing, and then the fact that there's an HP, I'm like, oh, what's setting HP? And then I saw that. I'm like, oh, there's a second delta there. I'll give you a point for the suggestion, though. I might do that in the end. Let me give you a point and take the suggestion in the notes. So this is to do another enhancement for our moon unit. Dump whole table on broken expectations. Yeah, I think I can do without it for now. So I need to have it's the same entity and character type, but the delta is HP equals 8. So those go together, and these go together. Which makes me realize that, oh, that's why they're two different calls. I was going to say, if it's modifying the same thing twice, it should just combine the deltas, but no, it's going to the tile component, not the player component. That's the difference. Cool. Nice. Break it on purpose and make sure it breaks the correct way. Yep. And what about if I put 4 there? Actual was null. It's interesting that that Lua actually prints the word N-U-L-L and not N-I-L. I guess it's because I'm basically telling Lua to convert it to a string, and null maybe means something specific for strings to the authors. Anyway, find these little things interesting. With components. Okay. This is a more complicated one. Pick off the last component, fetch it, and call selves to fetch the other components. We do it recursively because the wrapper given to the visitor may not be valid after that returns. So the test framework doesn't really care about that. So we already have that mocked. So I just need to consider all the logical paths here, right? So we'll either find it right away, right? We either be asking for one type and find it right away, 2 types find it right away. Ask for one type and not find it, and call the visitor directly. Or ask for 2 and it will call recursively with just a second. I think that's what this is doing, if I remember right. Why are we calling the visitor if there are no components, though? Yeah, this would just be an empty list, right? I guess I can test for that. So, yeah. The test will actually help document what the thing does a little bit better. So, we're testing with components. We're going to be calling that eventually. Okay. So we're going to want to set up some test components. Like this, I guess. This is probably good enough. Sure. There we go. We got 9 and 10. 9 is just a player, and 10 is a player who has a position. With components. So we'll have like 8 should have no component types, right? Actually, there's a couple different ones I want to try. 8 with the component types is what? It's supposed to be an array. Okay, fine. So an array like player and position, right? And visitor. What do we want for visitor? Something that just does an expectation, I guess, based on a count. Or actually, we'll plug the expecting function directly in here. The function is given the components. And then the components are what? Oh, the outer is supposed to just be a nil, like that. This is super far future things, but if you ever, let's highlight this one. If you ever replace the JSON WebSocket stuff, I'd love to see an API for the user data or documentation on the binary format you used. Could see a quick way to check your profile data being useful. Do you mean something that would parse the binary protocol for you? Because I'll probably do that for my own debugging purposes, and then I guess I could publish that. I mean, it's no big deal. It's all open source anyway. Thank you for the follow, whoever that was, by the way. Yeah, we could do that. Let me record that suggestion. I like that. Okay. So let's put the expectations in here directly. Moon unit, expect true. Well, expect equal. We can do expect an empty table is equal to components, right? It's a table it's returned after all. Yeah. And then we can build more expectations. So what do we expect for, if we ask 9 for player and positions, would be we expect to get, it's the component from within any component. So we expect this. Actually, I can just do that directly, right? Expect that for components. Right? Didn't you say you thought of publishing the source files if you would use something like protobuf? Yeah, either the source files or if I use my own version of protobuf, which for parsing I already have, I would just publish the syntax file for it, and then yeah, it's basically giving away the it's not so much an API, it would be just the format of the data, and then people could make their own tools using that conform to that format specification. I guess using protobuf would be easier for people, right? About the API for the user data, I'm already thinking about doing that. Because people, if my game becomes popular, people might want to make like Twitch extensions and other things that pull game data from without needing to be playing the game. You just meant even the format specifications. Yeah, I want to at least make those public. Because why not? It would be at least educational, and the format isn't really won't be meant to obfuscate or make stuff secret. It's more just to make it efficient. And so I already consider the messages going over the WebSocket as public anyway. So why hide it? You know, I don't really care if people make their own front end clients, really, because in the end, the game runs on the backend server, which is private, and if I monetize anything, it will be access to the content that's on the backend. So I don't really mind. Like I think I was talking the other day, I mentioned eventually probably will make the front end completely public and open source because there's nothing really of value to me monetarily there. It's all the stuff of value I think will be in the back end. Twitch stuff could be neat. Yeah. Well, we'll see. If I make that available and no one uses it, it would end up being a waste of time, right? But I guess I could operate under the assumption that people will make use of it and be optimistic about it, right? All right, so 10 player position would get both player 10 and position 10. But I gotta be careful here. What's the order that it'll iterate them? It's gonna do it in the order I list it. So player and then position. In fact, I could probably have 2 variants of this. Let's do it this way. Even though it's consuming a lot of lines, I don't really care. Position. And then we can have it like list them in the opposite order. Position and then player. And then it just flips these two. A squared says, all a front-end client could do is handle what the backend sends it. Anything it tries to do that's invalid be discarded. Yeah, exactly. I figure the front-end client's a thin presentation or user interface only. There's nothing really of value. In fact, I bet there are people out there who would do a much better job user experience wise than I could, and that would only help me, right? So why not enable that to happen? With 4 components 9, if you have position, then player, would it be nil? No, I had it not put it in the list at all if it wasn't present. Yeah, it won't even, the function won't even get called if that entity doesn't have that component type. Yeah. Hey there, 2H Strike. Long time no see. Low code is generating a lot of garbage by creating a new table every time. Yeah, but garbage gets collected. I don't worry about it too much. What's creating a new table every time? Oh, you mean like doing that? But the I believe when you do something like that, it just copies the reference to the table. So the only thing that becomes garbage is the outer table itself. So it's going to be a table of table references. So I guess I'm not too worried about that. The heavy data will be inside component, which is not going to be copied. It's only referenced. And in fact, this whole comment is talking about like, it might not even be a copy itself. It might be a direct wrapper over the C++ component, and then it really is itself just a reference. So the garbage will be a table of references, I think. So, I don't know. When you're comparing, don't you need to compare the keys to? They're not keys. Oh, wait a minute. No, they are. They are keys. Thank you, Toulouse. They are indeed keys, so I need to have that in here. So I should probably just indent all of them. Because you are correct, that should be player equals. And that's position. And I'll just take that and copy them and flip the order. Actually, the order doesn't matter then, right? So I don't even need this one. The order doesn't matter in a table in Lua. Okay. So, do I want to play around with like 10 but with different components that it doesn't have, like tile or something like that? That should return me an empty list. And maybe even one where I mix in things it has and things it doesn't have. So, like, actually I already tested that here, didn't I? Yeah, okay, cool. Is it still good to test the other order? I don't think it matters. It might matter when one of them doesn't exist. So I might want to take this and flip this one. Right? If I have position and then player because of that extra logic, then this one doesn't exist. So if the one that doesn't exist comes first or second, it shouldn't matter. If they both exist, it's really just which one gets put into the table first, right? So I don't really care. Let's just go with this. Hey, look, it passed. It always makes me Monka S nervous when it passes the first try. So let me try to break it. What if I put position here? And then it properly broke. It has a key position instead of being empty. Tables differ, right? Okay. All right. Cool. All right, moving on. That was it. I'm done with utilities. I always assume you did something wrong when it works the first try. Yeah, it's like I must have done something wrong with the test. It shouldn't pass the first time. You get used to things breaking the first few times, right? So I added a mock for. Should I just say that I added a mock here? No, we'll just fold it into this. We'll say finish unit tests for utilities.lua. Cool. Push that. It's shipped. Okay. Can I collapse this? What's the command for outline collapse? Fold. Fold all. K0, right. And then same thing here. I can just quickly run through compare these two to make sure that they map. In fact, I could even do this thing, right? Put them side by side. And close that. Count components. Create entity, dialog star, destroy entity, find dialog by name. Free slot, large particle, get inventory, has component, Manhattan distance. Place sound, roll damage. Yeah, so it maps correctly. Nice. Cool. I know nothing ever works the first try. Except for that. That unit test right there worked the first try. It made me really nervous when it did. Okay, I guess we're moving on and making another unit test. For what now? One of these easier ones, maybe? Yeah, like this one. This is a super easy one. Teleport to save. In fact, I wonder why is that standing alone? Why are these standing alone? Probably because it's better to have them stand alone. All right. New file. Teleport to save test. I'm going to copy the same front matter. And then this is going to require teleport to save. And then end. All right. Teleport to save. So given a player entity, it gets the player's component, and then it extracts the player's save coordinates and sets that in the position. Okay, so I'll want to have a player and a player's position. So like well, it's another one, right? Yeah, like this one. And the important thing here is that the player has a save, which has X, Y, and Z in it. 2, 4, and zone 42. And the position we'll put in a completely different place. 0, -2, zone is 1337, a very dangerous zone indeed. All right, and then we'll call teleport to save for entity 10, and then moon unit expect equal yeah, X, this one. I guess we know what we can do is we can just expect their save to be equal to their position now, right? Actually, this should only modify some elements of position. So what if we put in some extra stuff here, like foo equals bar? And then we'll put some extra thing in save here that doesn't make sense, like baz equals 18 or something like that. And then I can just say that only these things are expected, plus the other thing. That's what I expect, right? Actually, no, wait a minute. I only expect the X, Y, and Z. So this doesn't matter. But it should, no, that does matter, but this doesn't. It should extract, in fact, I don't even need that, do I? I don't need that at all. I just need the save coordinates, and we're going to expect that that is the delta. for modify component delta, so we can mock that right now. Did I mock that here? I did. Let's do that. Let's pick that mock and borrow it. Right there. Yeah, so expect entity equals 10, component type equals position, delta equals that. Right? What am I looking at? Right here. Yeah. That for deltas. Discover it. Oh, this is teleport to save. Because I want that to show up in another suite here. Component type is not in the delta. Why not? Oh, because this is more than one deltas. There we go. Nice. Done. We're gonna blaze through these. Teleport to nearby spawn is next. Teleport to nearby spawn. Alright. Teleport to nearby spawn. What do you do? A little bit more involved. Oh, and it's using the old style of nesting these instead of using with components. Basically, taking a player, looking up their position and then the zone that they're in. Oh, that's why I can't use with components, because it looks up the play. It's two different entities. We first look up the player's position, and then with their position, we look up the zone entity that the player's position is in. And then given the zone and the player, we figure out, looks like we're finding the closest spawn point and then teleporting to that and then employing the death tax. So we're going to be stubbing out death tax. Modify component delta, and that's about it, right? So, death taxes? Death tax is function that takes a player entity and then it'll just add to its list player entity. And then we'll expect that 10 for death taxes. There we go. And then for the deltas, what do we expect? Well, I need to have the zone entity set up, so that means I have to have... Oh, I don't have that in the common zones. Or zone, right? Let me add that. Zone. There we go. Not only do we pay tax to you for being alive, we pay tax for death too. Yeah, well, sorry. It's the penalty for respawning, and I think it's just going to be temporary entity. Anyway. Temporary anyway. Because I really haven't figured out exactly what I want to do when players die. And maybe it's different for every zone. I don't know. So right now what it does when you tell it to respawn is it finds the nearest respawn point, and then I think death tax takes 10% of your gold or something like that. So it takes 10% of your gold and then moves you to the respawn point, and it should also, oh, this doesn't include healing you. I guess I do that somewhere else. This is just taking your gold and moving you. Needs to be some death penalty. Yeah, this works for now. Just takes away some of your gold. And that's a dependency. So we're just making sure that the dependency is called correctly here. So we're going to expect the position to be moved to some respawn point. So that would be entity 10 position X and Y. Right. So we'll put the zone in there. 42. I don't need Baz. Let's put them in a different spot. Actually, this is actually using a hard-coded Manhattan distance. I should really be calling Manhattan distance, shouldn't I? Anyway, so we'll have to have respawn points. So respawn. And there could be any number of them. Let's put like the nearest, let's put them at like only 2 squares away from the nearest respawn point, which would be x equals 2, y equals 4. And that's the only thing I need, right? But we need to have other respawn points. Let's put one a little bit more distant away there, and then another one that's further away in a different direction. Like 2, but y equals 9 or something like that. So it should pick this as the closest respawn point and jump to that. Let's see if that works. Why didn't it go in here? Did I not save this? Might have to refresh. Weird. Are you planning on working? Oh yeah. Let's feature that. 2A Strike says, are you planning on working pathfinding? It's annoying to click after every corner to move. Yeah, so to explain what we're talking about, in the actual game, you might be walking and you might want to just click here and it pathfinds there. I think I'll allow that if the place you click is visible and there are no like fog of war holes in the path. I'll just let it path there. That's mostly convenient when you're in the overworld. And it would just kind of be annoying to navigate even though you can see everywhere. So yeah, I'll probably make it so once you see a point around the corner, you can just click that point. You can't click all the way back here where you can't see, because that would kind of make it too easy to do maze. You don't want the pathfinding to solve the maze for you, but if it's obvious that you can walk over to here, you should be able to click here and it should turn the corner for you, for sure. Yeah, we'll do that. So thank you for that. Let me put that on my notes. Remember to do that. To do, use pathfinding for basic player navigation. Definitely. All right. Looks like it didn't load. Too many sea levels. Limit is 200? What? Oh, is it requiring itself? Yeah, I forgot to have the word test in there. It's requiring itself. So that should have test at the end. There we go. Do I need to reload that? Sometimes I have to reload and sometimes I don't. No, it's still something wrong. What did I do? It can't find it. Okay. Think catering to multiple player input styles is important? Yeah, I think so too. And mostly I just don't know what those input styles are until I get feedback like that. I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds valid, yeah. Oh, it's respawn. Shoot. Respawn. And then this should have respawn. How come I had spawn and not respawn there? I don't know. Cool. It broke though. Actual value missing 1 for 23. So there's nothing in the death taxes. It's like we didn't. Oh, is this because of the semicolon? No, the semicolon was just ignored. Okay, so it's not causing that to be called. Oh, is that because I did a local? No, I don't do a local. That can't be a local. We actually need to override that dependency. So it's just not calling death tox when we call that. Why not? Oh, did I mess up this zone? C is 42. No, that's correct. Oh, wait a minute. It looks at where the player is currently. And that shouldn't be in the save. Okay, so that's wrong. Yeah, those copies from somewhere else. This should just be x equal, that should just be that. There we go. That still didn't work. Zone 42 for players. Oh, that should be position, not player. There we go. Yeah, you got it. I got it like a second before you wrote it, Toulouse. So we probably realized it simultaneously, and that just the stream delay allowed me to win. Ow. I hit my tooth on the glass bottle. That hurt. All right. Next. Actually, it passed the first time. Let me tweak it. Let's put this really far away, and it should teleport to a different position. Yeah, so it picked this one instead. All right. I guess I could test this more thoroughly by arranging these to test that it's picking Manhattan distance, but I don't really care so much because I think I'm going to redo this system later anyway. I don't really like the fact that the respawn places are hard-coded into the zone like this, but I don't have a better solution yet. Oh, let's just move on. I don't need a test for systems because, well, actually, I guess I could. All this really does is take the functions that are in system functions and call them. Yeah, we can make a test for it. Why not? Systems test. Systems. This will be easy peasy, right? Actually, while I'm at it, I wonder if I should cut down the names here. If I had more tree levels here, I would have realm server and then ECS and then the actual fixtures. But I don't. I only have 2 levels. And that worked really well for utilities. Never mind. All right, systems takes an event and time and it expects there to be a systems functions. So we're going to fill in some systems functions. They don't have names either, so they're basically essentially anonymous, right? So we can just have anonymous functions in here. Function Dave. No, they don't need to be named, but they need to have an event and a time. And then another function. So let's have fn1 call fn1 args and fn2 args. And we'll have fn1 args equals event, time equals time. I wonder if there's a shorthand where I can like replace that with a star or something like that. Say all arguments. Probably is, and I'll figure it out later. And then we call systems foo 1.2 moon unit expect equal. I want to make sure they're only called once, right? So let's do this. And then here and here, fn1 args plus 1 equals, and then I need to make this into 2. All right. I can put this all in one line, right? Event equals foo, time equals 1.2 for fn1 args. And fn2 args. Easy peasy. Worked the first try. Makes me nervous. Let's change this one to a 3. Broke. Yeah, okay, fine. And what if I remove that and make it empty? Has extra key 1. There we go. Nice. Moving on. Guess I'm working my way up from the bottom. So save. Right, this is where you step next to a save point. It takes that point and sets it as your save, so that when you respawn to the last save point, it puts you there. And this is set up to be a system function. All right, so save test Lua. So being a game system, it operates off of time. It's going to put itself into a global thing called system function save, so we can call that directly. The event will be ignored if it's not updated, so we can play around with that. We can say foo and give a time, a non-zero time like 42, and that should be ignored. But then when we do an update, it should update for the very first one because last starts out at 0, right? So we should probably place the player at one save point at the very beginning and just put some arbitrary number here like 17. And then move the player, so set the player at, let's see, verify save system does nothing on for events other than update. Set the player next to, is it next to or on top of? Oh, it's within one square of it. Next to a save point and do the first update. And then we'll say move the player to another save point and do an update with a time less than the save systems interval. So we would do that like 0.5 or something because the interval is 1 right now. And then we would say update again this time with a time past the save systems interval. So just like that, or not at the, this is worded funny. Oh, I'll just leave it. And then what else do I want to test? Oh, that we move the player. So move the player again, this time not near any save point. And verify save is not changed even after save systems interval. So we'll end up like doing a 19, but move them somewhere not near a save point. And then what? Like move them again near a different save point? Move the player a third time. This time near a different save point. Verify the save is changed only after the system's interval. So like it would be like 19.5 and then update again to 20. We should see it jump. Okay, so let me set up some save points. Save points are held. What's the entity? Oh. They're global? Did I make the save points global? Really? I don't remember doing that. So if that's true, then how would I know what the save points are? I know they're in the starter town. How would I know what they are? Oh shoot, I never did a tool in the GM to look up by type, did I? I would have to actually know their entity numbers. Well, that's embarrassing. I don't know what... Oh, maybe I attached it to the well. I did. Look at that. Dang it. Sorry about that phone call. Shoot. Do I answer this one? I bet it's a robocall. I'll let you guys know if it's a robocall. I'll be right back. Yep, it's a robocall. You say hello, and you don't hear anything for a while, and then you hear a whoop, and then that's where I hung up on. the boop that the robocall thing does after a delay. Start looking them up with number 1. What's number 1? Maybe I should have responded to them saying, you're interrupting me during my broadcast. I'm a famous streamer, damn it. No, just kidding. Anyway, yeah. I made the well also a save point, so... I'm not even using the component? Right, it just looks at all entities that have a save component, and for those that it finds, then it looks up the save's position. Okay, it's funny that I did it this way. And then with the save point, it looks and sees, it's actually doing a scan at all 9 positions around the save point, and sees is there any entity there that's a player? Okay, I guess we can do. That's sort of inefficient, isn't it? It probably actually what would be more numerous, players or positions near a save? Actually, a better way to do it is whenever a player moves, we should just do this check. Let me make a note of this. So save. The save system is not very efficient. We could just evaluate if a player gets in range of a save point every time player moves, rather than every second. Yeah, when we could encode the saves in a way where it's we're not iterating all of them, but only ones in a zone or in a nearby in a zone, something like that. All right, the test for this. So it's, yeah, we're just gonna make something that has a save component. Oh, I need to make save here. Save. Let's check the order of these, alphabetical. N-O-P. Okay. I know my ABCs. So let's make 10 a safe position. And does it need to know the zone at all? It does. So true. Hey there, Piano Boxer. How are you doing? We're just continuing on the work from yesterday. It's more Lua stuff. My apologies if you don't like Lua. But I'm making a unit test for every game script. Right now I'm working on the save system. This system, once every second, it looks at every save point in the game and scans the 9 squares around that save point and sees if there's any player within range, it sets the player's save point. You know what we should do also? It's redundantly, every time you stand next to the well, it's going to constantly do that. It should really only do that if your save point is not equal to that. Right? It's gonna, yeah, if you stand next to that well in my game, it's gonna be adding extra commands to the server. Let's have these as 2 different points. Save, well, player components. Well, players pause components need not be changed if the player's save is already set to the same point. We're not even doing that check. We could be doing that, right? Does it also do that when you're gone too? I think so. Yeah. So I should maybe make sure no one's actually standing at the well right now. Nope, no one is. But if I moved like Slickver, for example, next to the well, I bet you the game is constantly appending a save point for Slickver. I can test this by looking at the log off screen here. TailF game journal. Yep. It's constantly setting Slickver's save point. Yeah, okay. So that's a bad one. I wonder if I should change that now. Because I could change that now in game. Yeah, maybe I will. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just modify it now. It should only do that if the player isn't already there, so we don't have the player's position. We can get it, though. So I can do, you would write a test for it? So we should do it with test-driven development, right? Okay. Sounds good to me. I like that suggestion. I was about to just do it, and then I'm like, then I read your comment, and I'm thinking, yeah, it's sort of dumb to be testing it into production when I could use this test framework that I'm developing. Okay, so yeah, we should build that in here. Yeah, let's just put it at the end. Wait one more interval and verify the player's save is not update, or player's position is not updated since they're still next to the same save point. So it would be just update, not move them, but update the time again. All right. That's the save position. I need to have a player. So let's make our player 11. And did I need something for the zone, or it just needs to be the same zone? So, like, I might have another save point which is in a different zone, and we just make sure we never see that. Like 43, right? The player starts out... Okay, we do that here. Set a player next to a save point, right? And next to would be just 1 coordinate away. I guess we could put it on top too, it doesn't matter. Then move the player to another save point. So I need to have 2 save points. Okay, I just reused the same one. Let's do a different one. Let's put this one at 5 by -2. Alright, so we move them to like 4 by -2. Update again. Move the player again, this time not near any save point. So we'll move them to like 0, 0 or something. And to a different save point. Right, so move it back to the front, to the first one, I guess. Okay, so now I need to do the checking, right? So what does save do? Modify component delta. Cool. Oh, we also need a player. So that needs a player. Name equals Bob. Position and save. Position. Okay, cool. All right. I actually don't need... No, I do need to do that, right? Oh, because this... I haven't mocked that. So technically I don't need position components because this is using with entities at position. So... let's handle it a different way. We'll mock... Well, hold on. No, maybe I'll have it mock that genuinely. So the way that this would work is it would look through all position components and just scan them. It doesn't need to be efficient. So let's just mock that one right now. Common. With entities at position is a function that takes a visitor, an X, a Y, and a zone. And we're going to loop through all position components, right? So for entity component in pairs self.components.position do. If X equals, well, component dot X equals X, and it's just a simple search. We're not doing any kind of efficient thing here at all. We're just looping through all things that have a position and see if it's at there, and then call the visitor. And the visitor takes what? The entity. Cool, that's it. That's all I need to do for with entities at position. And so the side effect we're looking for is deltas. And that I capture this way. So I'll put that here. I'll just want to reset deltas after everything here. So this should be moon unit, expect equal, an empty set for deltas. And then delta, we'll just reset it every time. So what do we expect for deltas here? We expect them to be moved. So the delta would be right. I can do in one line then. Entity equals 11, component type equals position, delta equals X equals, what are we putting them on? Tens? So 1, Y equals 3, and does it set the Z coordinate? It does. Why am I doing that? Oh, because they could teleport back from a different zone. Yeah, that is important. So zone equals 42. Because they might go to a zone 50 something and then die, and then teleport to last save should change their zone too. Got it. All right. All right, and then... Right, so we would expect nothing for this step. And then this step, it would move them to the next save point, which is 5, -2. 5, -2. Yeah. This red herring here is there. I should never see a 43. That's to verify the zone is checked. Move them, but not near any save points. So, yeah, so there should be no deltas. And so, again, it's only after the period expires, and then we expect a change. And this is going back to the original one, right? 1, 3. And then it should not update again. And we don't need to... Well, I'll just clear it just in case we add more things. So, let's try this. Hopefully it broke on the very last one. But I don't think so. No, it broke here. It didn't get a delta for this one. Okay. So the path was empty for the first update. Am I calling that correctly? System functions save event and time. It is update. So we'll skip this because last starts out at 0. And so it should be enumerating all saves, and then with the save, it should be enumerating the position, and then it should be calling save player for everything around that position, and should be, eventually it should hit the player, and it'll look up the player entity of the player. So that's this one. What does it do with that? It doesn't do anything with it. It's just going to do that. Oh, this isn't position. It's going to be player, isn't it? Let's fix that. And it's save equals. So there's a bunch of things I did wrong here. Let's do that. And then player. If I do the multi-cursor thing right, it's kind of neat that it remembers the multi-cursor in another file. It'll be save equals JSON. Well, it's a table with save equals JSON object. End the string, go back a few, and put a parentheses. Nice. It's still broken. Oh, no, I messed something up. 31. Okay, I missed a bracket somewhere. Oh, yep. That has an extra one. Bunch of places. How long is this taking to run? 70 milliseconds? Not bad. Okay, so that wasn't it. That was just something else. It's not actually calling modify component delta for some reason, even though we did that. Why not? It's possible it's not calling that, but what if I just hack this for a second and I do an error? Hello. I want to at least get a stack trace to see that it called it. Oh, no, it never even got there. So it's not even calling with entities at position for some reason. So why not? It could be that these didn't return anything, so components of type save might not be working. That should be working. I guess I could hack this directly. World. Interesting. It's not even getting in there. Does it actually get here? No. Is it getting up here? Yes. Is it getting past that one? Oh, I see the problem. Its event is not a string, it's event.type is the string. Okay, so the way I do the events is all wrong. When I do this, so select all of that, and then, so this should be something that has a type equals to that. Like that. Now run. Okay, now we're getting into the hello that I put here, so I can remove that, and we're getting down to, okay, the different error. 26. X was expected 1 and got 2. The save point's at 1. Why is it? Oh, it's taking the player's position as the save point. Right, it is, yeah, it's not taking the save point, it's taking the player's position next to the save point. It's adding the deltas to it. Alright, so I need to update my expectations here. So this should be not the save point's position, but the player's position. So that's 4, 2. Alright, try again. Got down to 38. So it actually got saved when we moved, even though the interval wasn't advanced very far. So what happened here? The interval thing not working? Time, so 17.5 minus 17 is less than one should have returned. It didn't. Why not? Is this ever being called? Yes, it is from line 37. Okay, so that did return. So then why is it telling me that the actual value has a delta in it? Weird. I'm looking at the next error too, and it's like putting it back to x equals 2. Almost like I screwed this up somehow. Delta, not deltas. Toulouse, what would I do without you? I probably would have fumbled with that for like an hour. Thank you, my friend. Okay, I already got all the way down to 76. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, exactly. It says one. It's always, the worst bugs are always the single character typos. All right, so it got down to here, which we found out is not really a bug, it's an inefficiency, and we're going to fix it and then put it into production. So the inefficiency is that it does this even if that's already true. Well, actually, if the player moves next to a save point, I think that's okay that we change the save point. It's if it already is that. So I'm going to want to do the other one with components of type, right? That's in utilities. With components. Because I want the player. Actually, why do I want the player? Oh, only we want to verify that they are a player. So this shouldn't be entity really. It should just it shouldn't be player entity. It should be entity. Because this is misleading. We don't know if it is a player. Let's put this a possible player. Reads del. Okay, that's the delta. Yeah. Yeah, it's dropped. My brain just didn't see the S there. Kind of a slow day today, isn't it? I guess people don't like Lua. Monka S. Lua. Let's get through this Lua code so I can get my viewers back. With components, and then it's entity first. I don't know why I had the order different. Then component types, so it's player and position. Then the visitor, and then nothing. Because components is if it's called recursively. And then the visitor gets what? Visitor gets the components, right? It's components. And we'll say if not components dot position, then return end. No, player, right? They have to be a player. If they're a player, then if the coordinates are different. So if let's get oh well, they will have a position, otherwise we won't have gotten in here. So we can say local position equals components dot position just to make the name shorter. And I can say if position dot x is not, well, I guess we can do equals. Or not, no, it should be not equal. And, or no, it should be or. Or, see, if any of them are not equal, then modify it. And it shouldn't be position, it should be a save, right? Lua Monka S, exactly. It's mostly that Lua doesn't have a ton of interaction. Unit testing has less. Well, the unit testing is really just to get insight into what's going on step by step, just by checking. But yeah, the main problem is I don't have a debugger for Lua. There's probably one out there I can get familiar with. I want to see how far I can get without doing that, though. I don't want to look at position anyway, do I? I don't know why I'm getting the position thing. It should just be if the save is not the same, right? Yeah, what am I doing? Actually, I want some of this. I kind of want these three conditions, but I want to undo a bunch of these things. I don't need the position component, because we're not changing the position component or even looking at it. We're just seeing if the save is different. Right. We'll put it here. If, so the, let's say local save equals component dot save. And this is really player, so I should just call it player. And do I need to abbreviate it? Could I just put it in here? That's fine. Just, well, let's remove the player. Let's do that. If they're different, then modify it. Okay, cool. So now it should work. No. Temp index and nil value local save. Oh, was my test set up right? It's not set up right. After these modifies are requested, we need to actually mock that they've been modified. It's not the it's Right. We have to mock that the modification is done, so we need to do this. Player. In fact, we should have set this up from the beginning, right? We should have had this actually might be nil. So, okay, we should have all of these things. If not save, or save x is not x, yeah, all this stuff. So that way I can test it by having the player not even have a save position at the beginning. They have a position. Actually, the way I defined it down here, didn't I? Set the player next to the point, right? So it would be so they didn't have a right. They didn't have a save. Now they have a save, like that. And actually, it's set by JSON object, right? Do I care? It gets unwrapped anyway. I think I'll keep it simple and like that. Yeah. All right, so after they're moved, I need to simulate the move every time. So there it goes to 4, -2. And then back again to 2, 3, right? And then no move. Yay! Cool. Should I break it to make sure it's working? Put that to a 1. Right, so because it did move, this one had a key in it. Yeah, so that broke correctly. Nice. All right. So now I can take that and put it in the server. This will be the first useful outcome of having unit tests for this. So this is the new save.lua. I could use the automation, but I don't have that quite set up right the way I want, so I'm just using this. So now when I move slickver, let's take slickver and move them on top of the save. Cool. So I saw an initial setting of the save. And every time I move them, it sets the save, but it doesn't keep setting it afterwards. So thank you, Ghost of Slickver, for helping me test that. And I don't need to look at the server anymore. It's fixed. Nice. Let's check that in as a separate check-in. Save here. So don't set player save if it's already set to the same spot. Should it even run against gone stuff? I don't think it matters, because when you're gone, you can't move anyway. So it will only be slightly more efficient. I mean, I guess we could do that. Sure, let's do that, Toulouse. So we'll have another player who is gone. Actually, we'll have to mark them gone and then move them, right? Yeah, let's say mark the player gone and then move them to the other save point. Verify the save point is not set. Actually, we could say verify the player is never iterated, right? Because I can just override with components of type. Well, actually, that would be more complicated than I need. Hey there, Saravati. Can you provide an example test case for tangible time effectiveness for unit tests for games? I'm not sure what you mean by tangible time effectiveness. Do you mean like how long it takes code to run? Because then I would have to measure how long the code took to run. So yeah, I could do that, but I would have to start instrumenting the tests so that we record how long stuff take. Lots of people talk about theoretical benefit. You're looking for a real life example. You've heard lots of polarizing opinions on the matter. Oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about like how effective your time is spent on writing unit tests and the counter argument would be you're wasting your time. You should just write your game and not worry about unit tests. Yeah, that's a tough one. I really can't give you an example. It's mostly anecdotal because I would have to collect a lot of historical data about how long it took me to find and fix bugs, how many bugs I ran into, and I'd have to give you like an A-B comparison, like project A where I didn't have unit tests and project B where I did have unit tests, and then they would have to be roughly the same kind of project with the same complexity and all that. So it's really tough. So I think that's probably gonna remain a polarizing opinion, a controversial point that like, is it worth it doing unit tests? I do it because I was really pushed into it by a good friend of mine who, I guess you can, from one side of the camp, they would say he drank the Kool-Aid, and the other side would say they have insight based on other past projects, that writing unit tests gives you this sense of this like safety net sort of thing, where if I were to break anything in the code, some of my unit tests would start to fail. And it's mostly a feeling because it's hard to get real hard numbers about how much time it saved you when this catches something. Maybe the closest I would be able to give you is not numbers, but more a comparison between like what I did last week, where I was trying to fix a bug in the NPC scripts, which is almost 1,000 lines long. I could go back and see how long did it take me to find and fix the bug, and then try to estimate like, well, if I had unit tests for all the elements of the script, would I have found the bug quicker? My guess would be yes, but it's hard to find real concrete numbers for it. So I'm mostly betting. I'm betting on the unit tests helping me find bugs faster. Now, yeah, the arguments for it making it cleaner, I think there is some value or some, I don't know, what's the right word? I think there is some truth to those arguments, but it's also harder to pin down because it's more of like, it's not that unit tests make the code cleaner. It's that when you're writing the unit tests, you're driven to want to make the things you're testing cleaner just because then it's easier to write the test. The more complicated something is, the more complicated its test is going to be, and the harder it will be to write the test, and it'll be more maintenance cost, and so you'll feel the cost of maintenance sooner, especially if you're building things from units up, which is what test-driven development kind of forces you to do. So if your components are too complex, then you'll figure that out right away if you're doing unit tests, because it'll be painful to write the unit tests. But if you make them simpler and cleaner, then you'll be writing unit tests and it won't be so painful. And then, so it's sort of guiding you along the path of making things easier to understand, because then that makes them easier to test. But again, it's all kind of opinionated and biased. And so what I tend to do is, with someone doesn't like test-driven development and unit tests, I'm like, that's fine, because I understand it's a very opinionated topic, and what works for you might not work for me, and vice versa. Hey there, Teston, how are you doing? Oh, and I forgot to wave to you, Saravati. Thank you for the discussion there, because it's a really good discussion to have. Like I said, test-driven development doesn't work for anyone. I like it in that it forces me to, I think it challenges me to write my code better, and it also gives me confidence that, once I have a whole bunch of tests, if I break something, most likely one of these tests will fail, and that's anecdotally what I've felt, although it's hard to give you hard numbers without breaking the timeline into two, going down one timeline without unit tests, and then the other one with, and then being able to compare them. Earlier, let's highlight this one. So Toulouse says, so we mentioned earlier, you might want to exclude gone from that function call and you look for entities out of position. Yeah, so I'll get back to that. That's what I'm going to do now. So down here, I was going to mark the player gone and then move them to the other save point. Verify the... this one's tricky, though. Was I just going to say that the save point isn't changed? That means it wasn't checked? Or do I want to actually make sure they're not checked? I guess it's enough to just move them to the save point and verify the player's save isn't changed. Even after the save system interval. So let's move them back to actually let's just copy this, paste that here, and I need to mark them as gone. And how did I do the gone stuff? G for gone? Component G for position. Is that right? I put it in the position component? I don't know, let's look at Slickver. Yeah, G true, okay. So it's the position component. So I would say G equals true. True. Not the Python true, the Lua true. And then move that to 22, and we should expect that. So this won't work because they are moved, and then we see that because there's an actual value. The actual value has an entry for the deltas, which is sort of hard to understand from that, but the actual value of deltas has an extra key 1. All right. So to change the code to check that. Right, so we don't actually have the player's position. We would go back to using with components, right? With components. And then entity goes first, so that's possible player entity. And component types is next, so we want player and want their position. Or do I just want their position first? Actually, the other thing is we'll no, that doesn't give me a gone flag, does it? It doesn't. It just gives me an entity number. What you meant is that should the game with entities of position have some sort of filter? I mean, that's a good point. So I'm realizing that now that I don't have the position component available either in either of these places, but this might know it. If this knows it, then I don't need to get the position component. Actually, that would be the better solution to this, because this is going to do an extra lookup just to avoid some comparisons. The comparisons are actually faster than... Well, actually, yeah, we're going to look through all the components anyway. Okay, I like your idea better. Yeah, let's go through your... For your idea, though, I'd have to change the nature of this in the backend server. I guess I can look at how it's done. Maybe if it's easy, we'll just do it. Yeah, it's a CPP code change. So, yeah. I could still simulate it in the Lua unit test by making the mock obey that logic, right? But then I'd have to remember to make the backend actually match the mock. Let's see. What am I doing on time? How am I doing on time? 2.5 hours? Okay. Let me look at the Lua wrapper first, because it might actually have that information here in the position index. I just don't remember. Entity with depth. What is that? Position index, entity with depth. Does it have the gone flag? No. But the rendering system used this, so what did the rendering system do? Let's see. Gone, right? Oh, so it actually does look at the position to check the gone flag. Is that the only thing I use from the position? Now, how hard would it be for me to add the gone flag to the position index? That's what I want to know. Let's search for where that's updated. Probably that's remove. Let's add. I mean, we have it available there. So we could put it in there. And we're using that. Okay, so we have it available. We could put it in there. But it's going to change a bunch of other things. But it would improve the it would improve the rendering system too, right? Cuz then we wouldn't actually need to look up the position component and check that flag. We could do the check early here. We can see if entity entry dot gone and not admin camera continue, like this. That would be more efficient than, because this is a little bit more expensive. I'll make a compromise. I'll put that change in as something to do. Add gone flag to position index. So this does two things, right? This makes the rendering system slightly more efficient in not needing to look up the position component of entities to see if they're gone. This makes the save system slightly more efficient in not needing to check entities that are gone. Okay, so we'll do that in the C++ code, and then when I do that, I'll update the unit test for save and all that. So right now, let's just have it. We'll have it scan things even if they're gone. So we'll just remove this requirement right now. Actually, let's put in the expectation is that they will be saved. Mark the player gone, then move into the other plane. Verify the player's save is changed. After, so note, we will change the plan. Let's see, the plan is to change this behavior and not even consider players who are gone. But this requires some game framework changes. So there's a note for me, maybe to do also. So if I scan for to-dos, I'll find that also. And so we'll expect the change back to this position, right? Which one? 4, -2? Yeah, this one. Should we simulate the entire thing? So this. Run it again. Cool. So we're at least documenting what we expect now, and then I'll have a note that we're going to change this later. All right. I think we're done with save. Maybe I should probably check in some code here now. So it's really just adding a bunch of tests, and we're adding another mock for entities at position. Okay, we'll just say add unit. And again, that's not a leak, it's a test key. It's fine. Add unit tests for, okay, we'll say work in progress, add unit tests for existing little game scripts. Save systems teleport to nearby what? Respawn. And teleport to save. Alright, working our way up regen. Regen's a fun one. It runs every 3 seconds, goes through all NPCs in the game, and if they are not at full health, it gives them a hit point. Isn't that cool? Regen test. So that means it needs some NPCs who are damaged, and some that are not, probably. So NPC 9 will make him not damaged, so HP max is also 8. And then let's have NPC 10 damaged. Let's say he only needs 1 more hit point. And we'll make NPC 11 need 2 more hit points. And we'll end up running the regen thing twice. So we'll have that in there. Hey there, Geek and Gale? Hi. Hard for me to highlight both of your messages. We'll just highlight one. Geek and Gale says you should add them to a queue when damaged and go through the queue instead. That's a good idea. This, I have to admit that this system is very old and very simplistic. So your way would be more efficient, but will require that I hold on to a queue, which isn't too bad. I like your idea. I'm gonna put it on the thing to do. I'm just gonna make the unit test that does what it's designed to do right now. But we'll say when we improve the system, we'll do your idea. So another to do: improve the regen system using Geek and Gale's idea. I like it. Just trying to test the way that it behaves the way we expect it to now. So verify regen system does nothing for events other than update. It's the same kind of thing, right? So foo should do nothing. And then we'll just say do the first update and expect NPCs 10 and 11 to get healed. 1 point. So instead of system functions save, we're going to do system functions regen. And this will be a 10 NPC, the delta. Actually, it's not doing it directly. It's calling this so we can simplify this a bit, right? Yeah, I don't need this. I can say that is a function. Actually, why does it take all of that? Oh, probably because then it doesn't have to look up this again. Fine. So it's entity. Yeah, sure. Component type is the same, and then instead of hit delta, it's hit points, hit point max. Sure. But it's still deltas. All right, so so instead of all of that, it's HP equals 8. Do I need HP max? I think I do. Oh, we should also test the case where this is the grandfathering in old NPCs that don't have those. We should have one of those, right? Like, hit points is just 6 and there's no hit point max. And let's make one of these not 8, but 10 or something like that. Yeah. And then let's make another one that is already healed, but the hit point max isn't set, and then we'll have yet another one where there's no hit points at all. Actually, should I have one where there's hit point max? Yeah. All combinations, right? Let's make these... Actually, if that should be they're fully healed, right? And this should be the default hit points is 8, so they'll be bump up to 9. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we would expect that 11 gets healed too, so 7 out of 10. Come on, cursor, work with me. 12 gets healed to 7 with an HP max of 8. 13 doesn't get healed, but the hit point max gets set, right? No, it doesn't. 13 won't get healed. 14 will. I mean, 13 won't even get the HP max set the way it's currently designed. This one will get healed by 1 point to a max of 10. All right. And then, yeah, we need to simulate that. So let's just copy this whole thing and update it. Whoops. Okay, that didn't need a change, and that didn't need a change. That's 8, 7, 7, and this is now set. And this is 9. All right. Do an update with a time less than the regen systems interval. So we just do that and expect no changes. Update again, this time the time at the regen systems interval, and expect more healing. So what's the next healing step? 10 is already full health. These two will go up to 8, and this will go up to 10, right? Cool. On line 46, it should be 20, not 18, right? No, it's 17, 17 and a half, and then 18. Why would it be 20? Oh, you're right. You're correct, because it's every 3 seconds. Thank you, Toulouse. 20. I forgot about that. It's every 3 seconds. Kind of arbitrary, though. I'm kind of thinking maybe I should program in the expected interval. Like local, let's make lowercase, expected system interval 3. So 17 plus that. And then let me make this plus that divided by 2. And just out of curiosity, what does Lua do if it's an integer and you divide by 2? 3 divided by 2. Okay, it just takes it as a float. That's nice to know. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? I'm doing unit tests for my game scripts today. Maybe that's enough, right? Or do I want to do it a third time and see that only one NPC gets healed? Actually, I'm inclined to get... Yeah, well, yeah. Let's do one more. So then let me take NPC 11 and have him start out one higher. Or no, let's make his max 9. Actually. 9. 9. 9. So in one more step, we should only have one NPC. So after one more regen system interval, the last NPC heals up, and then nothing more happens even after another regen system interval. So the nothing happening would be this kind of a thing. So that's this times 3, and that's this times 2. Well, if an NPC has 0 hit points, they are killed by a different system. Actually, that makes me think. What happens if they're killed and then immediately regened? I think the way I have it is they can never have 0 hit points, if they would have been reduced to 0, they're deleted. I think that happens in the combat system or the attack system. Probably attack. Yep. So if they're reduced to 0 or less, they are destroyed. We don't call update their health if it's 0 or less. So yeah, it can never happen. At least though, this is the only way NPCs can lose health right now. Actually, what if there's another place where it happens right now? NPC AI, right? That's probably copied. Yeah, so we never update their health if they're less than or equal to 0. So we're good. Right, so one more set of changes. But it's only one monster needs healing this time. He goes to max and no one else. And then that's all the updates and that we're done. Let's do it. Nothing ever works right the first time. What did we get to? 25? The 4th key is missing. So NPC 14 didn't get healed. Why would that be? Oh, only if they have hit points. Oh, okay. Why did I do it that way? Oh, probably because I added hit points and hit points max at the same time, so that's not a valid case, really. So maybe I'll just drop it. Because it doesn't make sense. If they have a hit point max, they would have had a hit points too. Let's just drop it. We'll drop 14 out of the system here. There we go. Nice. Cool. So yeah, this becomes the documentation about how the regen system works. And just in time for us to change it with Geek and Gale's idea. We'll change it. Just in time for us to change it. Yeah, Adam pass. Now it's time to change it. Just kidding. I'll get to those to-dos some other stream, I think. Pull aggro. Here we go. This is just updating an NPC's aggro list if they're not already in it, right? Okay. Let's do it. Pull aggro test. All right. Wipe all that out. Breaking things. Yay. Exactly. How does pull aggro work? We're gonna want to do that. If they have an aggro table, well, the simpler is if they don't have an aggro table, then now they do, and it's just at target. If they already had an aggro table, we search to see, what is this doing? Oh, it's building a new table, right? Because NPC might be immutable. We might not be able to change it, so I opted to make a new table. Right, so this is just copying the table over as is, and just while copying the table, it sees, well, is it already in the list? Then set this flag. So if they're not set, then we add them to the end. That's what it's doing. Okay, so then there are 3 possible paths through here, right? No, they're not in the aggro table. No, there is no aggro table. They are not in the aggro table, or they are in the aggro table. There's three possibilities, right? So maybe just do it with 3 different NPCs. So NPCs 1, 2, and 3 will have different aggro tables. 1, what am I looking at? This suggests that when we don't have an aggro table, that it's deleted completely. Is that what happens in drop aggro? No, it will have an array. I guess if the array is present but empty, this just won't loop, and we'll end up doing the same thing, right? Okay, so then maybe there's 4 actual cases. One that doesn't have an aggro table at all, one that has an empty aggro table, and then one that has an aggro table with something else in it, like 10, and then a third that has the player in the list, 11. Right? So let's give a name for the player. So player is 11. Actually, let's say player is 10, and then I'll just have that player and then player plus 1, some other player. Let's have local some other player. I don't need to, that can just be just a different number, right? So no aggro table at all, empty aggro table, some other player in it, and then has the player in it, and then we'll pull the same. Why did I do it that way? Okay, well, I guess we can do that. And the target is the player. So we're just going to do that 3 times with the 3 different NPCs, and we're going to see what happened with the deltas. Do I care to do it between each one, or just all at the end? Probably all at the end is fine. So we'll want to mock that modify component delta again. And where did I last do that? Save test. Here. This is a mock. Mock. And then it can expect. Whoops, I got jumped around. There we go. Just do the expect and we're done. So what do we get for the deltas? It will be entity is 1. Pull aggro changes the NPC. The delta is aggro with a new aggro table as a JSON array. Okay, fine. JSON dot array. It'll be a table, and the table will have player in it. Then 2, 3, and actually the 4th one won't happen, right? Because they're already in the table. So the 3rd one will be some player and the player at the end. The 2nd one will be the same as the 1st one. All right, let's try it. Yay, first try. Makes me nervous. Let's pull that out and make sure that the test actually tested something. Yeah, actual value has key 2, right, as a second thing in the list. You're also not calling pull aggro for the 4th NPC. Oh. How come you spot these things faster than I do? I guess I'm just not looking. But yeah, that might be why it didn't work. And maybe to test it, I'd take them out of the aggro table for starters, and then put them back in. Cool. Thank you, Toulouse. 121 points. My goodness. We're gonna have to start inventing awards you can cash those points in for. I think it's stretch o'clock. It's like 1 p.m. for me. Zelda chest sound? What's the Zelda chest sound? They're actually different chest sounds depending on which Zelda game, right? NPC spawning. Ooh, this is a fun one. There are a bunch of locals, and it's just the system has its own locals. Isn't it like da 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 da? Oh, no, that's when the chest is open and he's holding up the treasure he found inside the chest, right? The item get sound. Yeah. I haven't played any Zelda games in a while, so I'm having trouble remembering it. Okay, NPC spawning. Copy this and call it NPC spawning test. So, actually this is more like the regen system where we have an expected system interval. And the interval for this is 1. Actually, I should go back to the save system and also put the interval in there, shouldn't I? Save test. I should put that in here. And that's a 1. And then when I have these, it should be like... Should I even have 17? I should probably have that as another non-magic number, right? Initial time. So let's change all the comma 17s to comma initial time. And then we'll say that this is that divided by 2. That's that plus, hold on. Initial time plus that. So that goes there times 2. And this is times 2.5 times 3 times 4 times 5. Let me rerun this one just to make sure I didn't break it. And if I change that to like a 0.5, it will break. If I change it to a 1.5, it might work. But if I change it to a 2, it'll probably break. Yeah. Cool. And then I should probably do the same thing for regen system. Regen test. I should probably have initial time, not a magic number. So this is easier. I can just do that in one fell swoop and go. Okay. So NPC spawning test and... There we go. We're going to want the deltas, right? Because this NPC spawning uses that. Oh no, it does create entity. Okay, so yeah, its side effect is create entity. Entities created. And that takes... Oh, I remember this. It's a table, or it's a list of tuples. And each tuple has a component type and a component data. In fact, did I already mock this? Common dot Lua. I didn't. Okay. I thought I did. Oh, but it is similar to something else, right? No, wait a minute. What am I remembering this from? Oh, it's kind of like the feedback. That's why I'm remembering it. So it's kind of like this. Where I'm making these... Well, they're not tuples. They're really tables, but they could have been tuples. Anyway, this will have basically components, component tuples, really. Okay, and then I guess I gotta store them as is, right? I can just do that. Why not? Make it easy. And then it's gonna need zones. And for every zone, it's gonna try to spawn something. I'm just gonna keep it simple and have 2 zones. One that has a what is this looking for? An NPC class. I think that's how we store spawn tables, right? In NPC class components. One that has those and one that doesn't. So we'll have 2 zones. Zone 1 and Zone 2. So we should only see monsters spawning in Zone 2. So that's NPC. Actually, how does this work? Oh, it's not in the component itself. It's just... What do we use from that? It's just the entity ID, I guess? Yeah, zone entity. I don't think I actually use... No, I do use zone. NPCs. Oh, right. The spawn chances are stored separately from the spawn. I called it class because it's like a prototype of an NPC. Right, so one will have an NPCs and the other one won't. NPCs, and the other one doesn't have an NPCs. Actually, what does select by chance do if that's nil? Select by chance. If the table is nil, oh, it just returns early. Okay. Did I have a test for that in utilities? Test. Looks like I didn't. I should add that, right? Yeah, I should add that if you do a select by chance nil. So let's do that. So moon, well, really, let's copy that, and then we are reusing that there. Yeah, I should have done that, and it broke. Why did it break? Hold on, what? So it got past this one, and it got to this and said expected nil, and got a table? Weird. Because that should have just returned early. Why didn't it return early? I mean, it returned early, but why did the second call with an actual table not return nil? That's all caused by that? Weird. I didn't expect that. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I know what I did wrong. That should be nil. If the table is nil, then expect nil, and it wouldn't have actually rolled anything. But if we gave it a table, the initial rolls are to have nothing picked, and that's a nil for a different reason. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool. So it's okay to have NPCs not exist. It will just never select anything. So this one, what do we expect to have in NPCs? Spawn. Oh, it's supposed to be a chance table. But what is picked? A class. Yeah, actually, let me verify that. I'll look into the game in the sewers. Actually, I just want to take that zone ID. I don't want to show ghosts, by the way. Hey, George. How are you doing? I'm talking about the in-game George, by the way. Not George in chat or anything. Fetch by ID. Edit. Right, so... Oh, I already had this checked in. I could have just gone there. It's under zones. Yeah. Sewers. Here we go. So this is what it looks like. So it's a list of tables, and the tables have a chance and a class ID for NPCs. So let's do the same thing. we will have tables with chances. Doesn't matter what I put here, right? And the class has to match. Let's just use 10 for the first NPC class. Should I have 2 NPCs, or is it okay to have 1? Because, actually, I don't even think we need the chance. That's something that's only used by the select by chance, or which we're going to mock. It just has to return something. Yeah, you know what? I'm not even going to have... I guess I can just have it just the class, right? There we go. Class equals 11. There we go. Hey there, Cthulhu. I'm working on unit tests today. How are you doing? Only 2 zones, and then once it picks a class, it's going to look up NPC class, and the position's a spawn point, right? So that would be reflected back in the game. If I compare the sewers and I look at this, should have an NPC class and a position in the game. Yeah, NPC class and position. Okay. So that means we need an NPC class for 10 and a position for 10. And the class has something, I know what position has. That's just X2, Y4, and does it even need a zone? Probably. Actually, it should. Yeah. Zone 2. I'm okay, Cthulhu. I'm just working through the existing scripts I have in the game and making unit tests for them. So I have, looks like I have 7 completed, and I'm on number 8 right now. But utilities was a big one. A lot of these were small ones. The NPC spawning is a little bit bigger, but yeah, essentially writing a unit test for everything in the game right now. So this is the system that spawns monsters. So we're just setting up a test scenario and making sure that the spawning system works like we expect it to. So that's old code, so ignore that for now. We're building from here. What does the class have to have in it? Oh, I had that also checked in for, what is it? Monsters, right? Like slime. Right, there's all this junk in it. How much of this do I need? It's probably easier to just look at the spawning system to see what it uses out of the class. It uses limit, spawn range, caps, hit points. Okay, so let's get these down. Limit is how many monsters we're allowed to have. Let's set them low, and we'll make sure it only spawns 1 of it. And then spawn range is used to, right, we'll check it against the random numbers that are generated. So that could be anything we want. And then caps has to have an M in it, and that is used to check if the ground is clear. So I'll just put something in here, doesn't matter what, and hit points. Oh, so hit points is a tuple, so it's min and max hit points. So between like 8 and 12, for example. And then there's an N for the name. I can put anything I want here, right? Bane of Cthulhu. Dexterity, 17, I don't know. Hit to hit 8 or 9, it doesn't matter. What is weapon? It's only used to populate that, so I can put anything I want there. Weapon equals flaming whip. If I could spell correctly today. And Aggro is the aggro range. 4, doesn't matter. Wander range. 6. Armor. 9. And loot is lots of gold. There we go. Hey there, Lazy Guru. I'm kind of having fun with these. Really, since we're not testing the entire game scripts, we're only testing the spawning system, and the only thing the spawning system does with like weapon is to just put it into the NPC's component. I can put whatever the heck I want, and I can even do, I can just have fun with it. And I think that kind of helps motivate me as I'm programming, that if it doesn't really matter what something is, I'll just put something fun. Weapon pencil eraser. Flaming whip equipped with pencil eraser. Someone's gonna read my unit test and say, what the heck was he taking? Okay, we already have caps. There's a T and a TS. Oh, that's tile and tile set. All right, T equals I don't know. That should be a number, and then actually it doesn't really matter, right? We can make this. We can have fun with this. Tile equals a flaming beast. 686, and then the tile set can be awesome monsters, right? Why not? This system doesn't care. It's just going to put them into objects that we're going to look at in the tile. We're really making sure that this has the correct data in it. All right, that's NPC class 10, and there's the spawn point. Now we need another one. We need a class 11. Earthbound reference? I don't know. I think of Stephen King's Dark Tower when I hear pencil eraser, because that, not to spoil anything, but that's a weapon in that book. Not really, or at least not intentional. It was mostly that it is dull and would take a lot of blunt force to make it effective. You'd be surprised what a pencil eraser can do, Lazy Guru. And equipped in the right hands. Okay, I'm getting too close to the mark there. All right, let's make a different class here. I just need to make the numbers and things different. It doesn't matter what I put. 18 to 32, and we'll say this is an imp. He's a little bit more dexterous, but the hit is lower, and we'll say his weapon is evil laugh. Aggro 8. Weapon wander range 16. Only 2. Loot nothing. From the awesome monsters, but this will be little dude. Put it in a shotgun and it's dangerous? Sure. Yeah, at high velocity, of course. Different spawn position, 3 by -1. Okay, so we have the zone set up, the NPC classes set up. I don't have the spawn chance. Oh no, I didn't. I decided I don't need the spawn chance because that's mocked. Now I need to figure out all the things that are mocked. And then we're going to run... Actually, let's figure out the scenario right here. So first will be... like the other system tests, right? Make sure it doesn't run until... right, verify it's not run. There we go. Verify the NPC spawning system does nothing for events other than update. Because that's what it does, right? If it's not update, return end. So this is NPC spawning. Do a first update and expect... What are we going to expect? Expect 1 NPC spawned. Don't you mock me. Let's say on the second... Oh, actually, how about we do... Alright, do an update with a time less than the interval. We'll expect nothing to happen. Expect nothing to happen, right? Actually, I don't know if deltas is what we're looking at. Is it? No, it's entities created. Expect no entities created. But we'll expect an entity to be spawned there. I'll fill that in a second. And then update again. This time with the time at the NPC spawning systems interval. Spawn another NPC, this time of the other class. Did I change the limit? I did change the limit. So we'll spawn like a second one of this class. So yeah. Update a third time. This time it will allow both types of... Actually, what happens if both of them are eligible to be spawned? What happens? I guess it would spawn both of them. Yeah, because it only returns out of this early if we reach the spawn limit, or I guess if nothing is selected. Oh, we're only selecting one. That's right. Okay, so let's say update a third time. This time, try to spawn an NPC of the first class where we've reached the spawn limit. Verify nothing is spawned. And then update. We'll do an update a fourth time. This time try to spawn an NPC the second class where we haven't yet reached the spawn limit. Verify one is spawned. That's probably good enough, right? So let's try to fill this in now. So the update will be this. Initial time, right? Expect one NPC spawn. So to do this right, I need to mock everything. But the call will be, instead of regen, it's NPC spawning. Event and time, right? Okay, so let's put in the expectation. We'll actually expect something to be spawned this time. So that's this chunk. Right there. And so the name was Bane of Cthulhu. Sorry, Cthulhu. We're gonna spawn one. The class was... What was the class? 10. Right? Actually, what's the spawn class, actually? I have to compare with this one. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's the spawn. So that is listed in... Let's peg that one. It's listed in zones. Okay, it's an entity number. Got it. So it is the entity number. So it's 10. No cooldown. It's attackable. The hit points... we can pick whatever we want. We should pick something within range. Let's say 9 out of 12. 9 out of 9. Right? They start fully healed. His dexterity is 17, hit is 9. Actually, what am I doing? I should probably pull directly from this, right? Yeah, I should. Or this. Not that. This. Yeah, in fact, I should just take that and put it in all those spots there. There we go. So it's basically saying we expect whatever is in the class to be copied as is. Right? Because that's what this does. Aggro range is aggro, right? Cool. Okay, and then caps, again, is this... Oh, I have 11 there. That's a mistake. That should be 10. Because what 10 is the class. All right. So that goes there, there, and there. Okay, and then the zone entity is 2. Because that's this. And then we need to find, actually it's this one. We need to find coordinates near 2, 4 that are valid. 2, I guess we could put it, let's put it at 1, 4. So 1 tile to the left of the spawn point. And that's it, right? Okay, cool. So then we'll clear them out after the end to get ready for the next test. But we need to replicate that, which, well, at least a little bit of it. Whatever the spawn system actually looks at when it's looking here. Right, it's counting the components. Actually, it doesn't really need to simulate it because I'm mocking that too, right? Yeah, I can mock that, so I don't need to have I don't actually have to have a side effect there. All right, so spawn an NPC of the other class. The other class is up here. Actually, rather than just having that name, I could have just done this .n. I know it's not as fun to look at. And then change all these 10s to 11s. And then a realistic number of hit points for NPC class 11 would be like 20. That's what we're going to expect. Spawn point was 3 by -1, so put it like 4 by -1. And that's class 11. Anything else different? No. Okay, and then we're going to repeat that expectation again down here. And I don't know, I'll just make it a little bit different to verify it's not copied from the other one. And maybe 3 by -2 or something. Okay, and when things don't spawn, it's this. So that's expected here. Oh, I didn't do this though. Forgot that. This should be that. And down here it's ×2. And here it's ×3. And then I have to mock everything, and I have to be really careful about the random numbers that we're mocking, that they have to line up with all of the numbers picked here in the correct order. So let's start mocking things. Let's see, what do we need to mock? Has component. Oh, that's, oh shoot. This is in line, so yeah. Crap, so we need to actually put entities at certain places in the game. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, so we can like have it try to place a monster on top of a wall as long as we have this access check mocked. I think I'm just going to mock that directly in this test. So game.accessCheck equals function self, comma, entity mobility. And hey, Tank, or Tank, how are you doing? We're making mocks for a unit test. This is a pretty complicated system that has a lot of dependencies, so like has component has to be mocked now too. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So let's just set up all the things we need to mock. Entity, component, type. It's going okay. So today I'm just going through all the game scripts from my game that I developed without any kind of unit tests, and I'm making unit tests for them. And then after I'm done with this, any new changes or new scripts I make for my game, I'll do it with test-driven development. Now that I have this snappy little system in place where I can run unit tests in Lua as well as in C++. So just a matter of writing the tests now. Okay. I'm wondering if I should just override that with my own thing here. Maybe. Yeah, let's do that. It's given a visitor, X, Y, and Z. Definitely gonna wanna mock the select by chance. And that's given what is that again? I guess I can look at the other mock that I made. I made that in regen test, right? I didn't? Oh no, regen is not random. What's the other random one? Oh, come on, I can't think of this. Is it No. Game blah is equivalent to game. Let's highlight that. Lou's asked, is game colon blah blah is equivalent to game dot blah blah? It's like moon unit expect equal. The equivalent of that would be moon unit dot expect equal moon unit deltas. So the colon is just a shorthand for taking the object and making it the first argument, kind of like in C++ if you used an arrow. So the equivalent of in C++ would be an arrow. You know, some stuff is roughly the equivalent of moon unit. Well, it would be the class moon unit colon expect equal and then passing it in as the first argument. Does that make sense? So it's just a shorthand. It's a shorthand for passing the object as the first argument, so you don't have to say that. And you when you read that, it's like it's a method call, not just a function. So then you expect that the first argument will be a self or a this. Okay, I mucked that up, didn't I? What was it originally? There we go. Yep. Yes. I even have a little command for it. I try to follow that, yes. And we were talking about this earlier. It's a controversial point. Some people say it's worthless, a waste of time. Other people use it because it gives them a nice safety net of a suite of tests that if anything breaks, they can detect it. And it's hard to get like conclusive evidence one way or the other. I think it kind of varies by the team or individual preference, and then how much you use it, how well you have incorporated a lot of the techniques into muscle memory, and then also the domain that you're programming in. So if you're doing like low level stuff, I think it really helps. If you're doing high level complicated things where you have to mock and simulate a lot of things, it might not be as useful. So like the further up in the integration stack you're developing code for, I think the less useful test-driven development becomes. The more work for the same amount of gain. But low level stuff, like some of these scripts, it's you get a lot of bang for the buck, so to speak. A lot of tests written that are not very useful. Yeah, so the quality varies. How dare I give a simple, not give a simple is good or is bad answer. Oh, I'm being raided by someone. Captain the Dorks, how are you doing? You're like one of the premier bot.land players, right? How do I... What was the command for that? Did I have a bot land? So, Captain the Dorks, probably was playing Botland, Botland, made by Adam13531. But if you want to actually see someone playing it, Captain the Dorks has been playing it quite a lot recently. So you should check out his channel. And thank you for now showing that, whoever did that. Yeah, so that's what, hopefully that's what you were doing. Yeah, you were playing that? Cool. So my stream is not Botland, but we have a lot of viewers from Adam's channel here too. And really the only thing in common between my stuff and Botland is that it's a game played in the browser, and we're using WebGL-based graphics. But other than that, it's completely different. So what I'm working on is a role-playing game. And specifically this week, I've been working on the scripts that drive the non-player characters in the game that are written in Lua, and I'm building up some tests for that because I've had trouble in the past with bugs and not having a good enough framework to find and detect and fix bugs. So I'm trying to add tooling to that. So for example, this script right here controls like spawning an NPC, and it runs, saying it's running every second. It tries to spawn a monster in every zone that has a spawn table. If it successfully spawns a monster, it creates an entity in the game with all this data attached to it. So we didn't have a test for that, so now I'm writing a test where we verify certain things happen, that nothing happens if you don't do an update event. And on the first update event, we'll spawn an NPC, and then we'll verify we don't spawn anything before the next interval, and then at the next interval, maybe we'll spawn something else. And then we'll try to spawn a third time, but we'll reach the spawn limit for the NPC, so we'll expect nothing gets created. So setting up a scenario of what we expect to see when we've rigged the environment to do certain things. And that rigging of the environment is setting up the environment, the variables in the environment, and also simulating things like select by chance is a function that this thing uses to pick an NPC category. And the real select by chance uses random numbers. In a unit test, you don't want to use random numbers. You want to basically have a hard-coded scenario that happens and replay it every time the test runs. So you want the results to be predictable. I was just trying to figure out when I got rated what is expected, what this zone NPCs is, and I don't quite remember because my memory isn't so good. Select by... Oh, I remember now. It's a table that has chance values, probabilities between 0 and 1. And the real implementation picks random numbers to pick candidates out, and then it'll have a runoff election with another random number if they're ties. So we're just going to rig it. We're not going to care what the table is. Where was the last edit? Right here. We're not going to care what's given. We're just going to play out a certain script. So we'll do this by having a local variable here. Select by chance count. And we'll just have it replay results. And we'll say select by chance is that +1, return results at that index. Lua arrays start at 1, so that's why I increment it first and then I return it. So we just need to return what are the responses, what are the things returned by your select by chance every time it's called. So it's called once per, what am I doing? It's called only one time here, right? On try to spawn for the zone. Okay, so it's going to be called twice. The very first time here, and the first time that's nil, so we should expect nil. So I'm gonna do some expectation checking here too. So let me rename this to iterations or something. And that means I want an argument here. What's the argument named? Table. Expected table. For the first one, it'll be nil. and result equals nil as well. So we'll have this do result. Cool, and then we'll build in the expectation here. So moon unit is a test runner that I made, which makes the it does two things. It provides the unit tests with facilities for like checking expectations. So if this expect equals, if it's not equal, then it will mark the test as failed. And then when it's run by Test Explorer and the Google Test plugin, it looks like Google Test, and so it the test environment thinks that they are Google tests, even though they're not. So it gives me these handy things like go to where the test is, or you can run it, you can show the log. The results look like Google test, so if it fails, it would print out the line numbers and it would mark it as with a red X. And I wrote that last week, so. Isn't it botland? Botland, bot.land, played bot.land, lots of things. But anyway, oh, I forgot to wave to you. Let me wave back. Hey. Getting kind of tired right now. Isn't I approaching the 4th hour? Is that what it is? Yeah. I get tired around 3.5 hours in. All right, so expected table. That would be this dot expected table for table. And then return the result, right? Yep, been going for 3 hours and 41 minutes. So the first call, we won't expect nil, we will expect, what are we going to expect? The NPCs from the zone, so that was up here. So this table. Oh, wrong nil. Let's indent that. This might get a little bit... Actually, hold on. I can abbreviate that. I can say this dot NPCs. That should actually be better. And what will the result be? I think it expects just an... Oh, it expects something that has a class in it. So we'll have it... We wanted the first one to actually spawn an NPC, so that means we'll have it return something that says class equals 10, right? So then it'll pick an NPC from class 10. And so once it selects it, it's going to call with components to look up the class and position of class 10, which we have recorded here, position and class. So it'll get all that data, and what does it do with it? It's going to, right, it's going to count the NPCs we have. So we're going to want to, my dog's barking. I have no idea why. It's not time for you to bark. How am I going to mock this one? I guess the same way as select by chance. And what is it given? It's counting the number of NPCs that are in a certain class. I don't really actually care what the arguments are, do I? I guess I would want to make sure that it's counting NPCs. So let's have that an argument. So component type. And then expect our moon unit expect equal to NPC for component type. And then we're going to want to return a number that's different every time. So we'll have this again, local count components if count. And increment that. And then have iterations. And let's just have it return that directly. So it would be 0 at the beginning. So return iterations that directly. Okay. So the first time it's going to return 0. So it won't be at the spawn limit. And then we have to mock math random. So let's do that next. Math.random equals function min max, right? Do you need local on them? Not for these, because these have to replace globals. This one I just make local because it's captured. But yeah, these ones should not be local. That's local. Is there something I forgot to make a local? No, all of these have... Oh, and I forgot to do this one. I forgot to do that one. Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you, Toulouse. That should be local. That probably would have been a pain point later because they would override each other. Which one do I want to do first? Let's do has component. Where did I use has component? Oh, right. And I need access check. Shoot. Oh, that's if we want to put obstacles in the way. So, we could just return false right now. And game access check, we can override that. Self entity mobility. And we can return, oh, that I have to mock. Let's do that in the common. Yeah, these constants have to be given numbers. Let's make that a 1. And there are some other enumerated values, right? Turn off full word. Deny, that's it. There we go. Sure. Actually, I want it to allow, don't I? Hold on, let me see. False or false or false would be, it is permit, so we want to return that. Okay. I might want to change these mocks if we want to simulate trying to spawn a monster on top of a wall. I might leave that for later and get back to that some other time. But anyway, let's say it's, so right now I've rigged it so it will always say the ground is clear, which is fine. Actually, it has to, for it to spawn something, there has to be a ground, so that means we have to have an entity at every ground position. Okay, forgot about that. What does it have to have? It just has to have a position. Does that... So I can just make a position. Right, I can just make a position in the game for every spawn point. So the spawn points I picked were what? This. So let's make our spawn points up here, I guess. Game components. We'll use a number starting with 100. 101 for the next spawn point. 1 4 for -1. Okay. For -1. And there was a third monster we were just going to spawn, right? 1 4 4 -1 3 -2. Got it. Where? Oh, right up here. There we go. So those are now valid positions in the game so that the spawning system will pick them. As long as we don't obstruct them. I guess so if we wanted to make a barrier, we could make another position in the game and have... Where is it? Either one of these return something else, given the entity would be the position, right? We can say, well, if it's 101, then block it, or something like that. Yeah, okay, we'll mess with that later. Right now, I just want to get this to work. We covered select by chance and the counting NPCs. Okay, I haven't done the math random, so it's going to pick the coordinates. We can have a list of expectations. Okay, I already wrote this, didn't I? The last time I mocked math random, where was that? Was it utilities test where I did math.random? It was. Look at that. There we go. That's the mock that I want. Right here. Let's call this random count. So we have expected mins and maxes and what we roll. And what is this going to do? It's going to go between 0 and 2 times the radius, which is the spawn range, which is what? 2. Actually, we can expect that exactly, right? We can expect between 0 and that dot spawn range times 2. And what we pick to roll, what are we going to do? It depends on what it's used for. Okay, so it's the where we're gonna place it. If the radius is the spawn range, and I wanted it to go where? At 1/4, and the spawn point is 2/4. So we want it to go 1 left of the center. So that would be this -1. Because it's like from 0 to 2 times at minus, so it's like centered on the spawn point. Yeah, so then the next roll would be the same thing, but this is for the vertical coordinates, so I want it to be right dead center. So far, so good. Then it'll check that it's clear, and then it's going to roll for hit points. So we're going to expect, what's the hit point range? Actually, I can just build it in there, can't I? We will expect, hold on, from that .hp1 to that .hp2, right? HP2, and then what do we roll? Whatever this said I rolled. 9. We were going to roll a 9 for hit points. And then then it should create the entity and we're done. Okay, so these are all the rolls for first NPC spawned. Uses those rolls, and then we'll have the roll, it'll end up going in there if we're for the other 2 spawns as well. So we'll have second and third since we had 3 spawns, right? The third, actually both of these were from class 11, right? So let's just replace all the 10s with 11s. And where did I decide to put the second monster? 4, -1, and its spawn point center is 3, -1. Is that right? Yeah. So 1 to the right instead of 1 to the left. So that would be add 1. And how many hit points did I say? I said 20. 20. And then the third time we spawned it, how many hit points? 21. And where was its position? 3 by -2. So it's 1 up. Okay, so centered and then 1 up. And it was 21 hit points. So those are all the random numbers that we're simulating. And we're expecting that we get the correct range every time. And then, do I need to do this? Okay, yeah, iteration. So this is the first NPC spawned. Okay, thank you for that follow. I know this is complicated, but what I'm trying to do is arrange the test framework to simulate the exact sequence of events to get these outputs. Hey there, Can. How are you doing? Update again, this time. Right, so the second one is the second NPC, so we'll have it return, right, second NPC spawned. So there should be 0 of it. And actually, while I'm at it, that we also need this, right? First, so it's looking at the 2 classes. So the second NPC spawn has again, there are 2 zones, right? So the first zone has no NPC table. Second one has an NPC table, and we'll say that that's the table we expect, and then we'll spawn from class 11 this time. You been watching me from Turkey? Nice. It's like almost the opposite end of the earth. Awesome. I've had other viewers from Turkey too. I think it's because of the time zone difference and the time that I usually stream at. It kind of lines up so that I have a higher likelihood of getting viewers from Europe and Turkey and that area of the world. And it changes during the course of streaming, right? And I have different viewers, different parts of the world in the morning than I do it from the afternoon for me. Kind of cool. Okay, second class, and then, right, the third time I wanted to have it try to spawn from the first class, but it reaches the spawn limit. So that's the third spawn from here would be like the first, that it picks class 10, right? So this will be the third spawn attempt, no spawn at NPC limit. So it picks from class 10, but then I have to actually, I'll take this, because this is used down here, that we return 1, because that 1's going to be compared with the limit, and it's going to say we can't spawn another one. Right. Can I explain a little bit slower, thinking about turkeys? Oh, sorry. Okay, let me highlight that. We have this new thing called featured chat, so I can do stuff like that. So, can I explain a little slower thinking about Turkey? Sorry, your English is not so good. That's fine, I understand. I'll try to speak slower, too. I tend to speak really quickly sometimes, especially if I'm excited about something. Maybe I can use translation? Well, if it was in a different language, but it's kind of too much of a burden to be translating back and forth. So trying to stick to English, but I'll speak slower. What I was saying about Turkey is that I have other viewers who live in Turkey, and I think it's because the time I stream during the day, there are more people in that area of the world that are likely to be watching Twitch, and so a lot of my viewers come from Europe and from Turkey, that area of the world, because of how the time zones line up. And I've been rated by Rambling Geek. Hey there, Rambling Geek. How are you doing? What did you stream today? I hope your stream went well. I'm working on unit test framework for some Lua scripts that go into this game that I'm building. So George is an NPC in my game, and so are these little slimes. And they're executing Lua scripts, and I hadn't written unit tests for them until now. So I'm going back to the tests that to the scripts that I wrote, and I'm making unit tests for them right now. Almost at the 4-hour point, yeah. So I usually only stream 4 hours, and then I take a break and work offline a bit, and then come back to this the next day. So I'll probably try to wrap this up soon. Actually, I think my goal will be finish testing the NPC spawning, at least one round of it, and then get back to it next time. Hey there, Ancient Coder. How are you? I remember you from yesterday. Or was it this morning? I kind of get those two mixed up sometimes. Oh, and I forgot to clear the now showing thing. Yeah, so we have this thing called featured chat. It's kind of like an extension to Twitch, but it's not an extension. So my mods or I can like pick out things from chat and feature them. Like that. LUL, OMG. Exactly. Did the raid work? Yeah, it worked. Oh, you were watching an ad? I'm sorry. Hey there, Rambling Geek. How did how did your stream go? What were you streaming today? Hope it went well. Everyone seems to remember last night's stream. I don't remember which stream it was. I watch like Twitch a lot, so I get things confused. I just recognize your name from. Oh, was it from Robert Tables? Yeah, you were debating Robert Tables, I think, right? Okay, I don't quite understand that, but let's highlight it and see. Health areas, high coins earned in Turkey, but as developers make your interest in your goals, but you're not gonna good money to win. Let me see if I can interpret that. I think you're saying that you can earn a lot of money in the health area in Turkey, but you like doing software development and it's part of your goals, so you're not going to get as much money. I suppose it's different for different areas of the world, but I always think it's important to pursue something you enjoy doing. So if your interests are into being a developer, I would say go for it, even if you don't get as much money. But I don't know your situation. It depends on how much money you need and how important money is to you compared to your interests, I guess. Yeah, so you think I got it, Rally Monkey? Yeah. So Rambling Geek said you install Docker on Windows Home, Windows Insiders with WSL2, which is meant to be supported, but they need to update the installer. You looked at installing it. Oh, bummer. How come that got cleared really quick? Did one of you clear that? I didn't expect that to be cleared so quick. Yeah, we're using this thing called featured chat where we can pull out individual chat messages and kind of highlight them. But that last one kind of disappeared and I'm not sure why. You still see it up? Well, that's weird. Or it cleared from my view. Okay, that was a bug then. It cleared from my view even though it was still on the overlay. That's weird. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Yeah, I cleared it to resynchronize the state. Yeah, so depends on what you want and what you need, but I'm a fan of pursuing dreams. If you want to do software development, I think you should go for it. Yeah, there's some kind of bug, Rally Monkey. Okay, so right now I'm in the midst of basically mocking or simulating what in the real game would be picking random numbers and counting NPCs that are in the game. And we're doing this all to arrange a sequence of what we expect this NPC spawning system to do, given that we're telling it to update and we're giving it a time. And then, because most of what it does is rolling random numbers and checking the side effects of other things and checking state, we have to simulate a lot of that. So I'm simulating that the first time that we run the system, there are no NPCs, and then for the second, there are none of them. But then on the third spawn, we attempt to spawn another one of the first class, and so there already is one, and so it should result in nothing spawned, which is here. We try to spawn an NPC the first class. We've reached the spawn limit, so verify nothing is spawned. So where is it? Up here, when we say spawn something from class 10, we already spawned it from 10, so to be consistent, we say there's one of it already, and so it should not spawn anything. So then the fourth one, it's the second class again, right? Fourth NPC spawn attempt. spawn another from the second class. I probably should say attempt up here, right? Attempt. Spawn one from it'll be first and then second, right? To spawn one from class, the first class will be, let's just say class 10. Second class is class 11, right? No spawn at NPC limit for class 10, right? So these 10s, 10, 11, 11 should match, because that's telling the system what class to spawn from, right? And the reason there are two tables here is because we have two zones, and one of them does not have an NPC table. But every time it's going to look to see if it does have one. So it's like nothing from zone 1. Zone 2 has these, and pick this one, right? Okay, so third... Do I want to just copy these comments down to here? Make it easier for me to read and match them up later. That means we'll have a... let's fix this one here. Making math random, not random? Exactly. That's exactly what we're doing. It needs to be predictable. So we simulate randomness. So spawn another, so this would be, we already have one, right? So another one from class 11. And then the roles, let me actually just copy these comments down to here. Whoops, I didn't expect that to happen. Right here, right? Yeah. Because I just want the comments only, so we'll remove the code in between and do that. Like that. And like that. Alright, so fourth spawn attempt. Actually, if it gets to math random, it's decided to spawn it, right? In fact, here's the first early return, right? If we reach the NPC limit. So that means the third attempt is not... So this is the fourth attempt. Let's say here, third spawn attempt should not be calling math random at all. There we go. And then the fourth spawn attempt spawns the second class, gives them 21 hit points, etc., etc. Alright. Oh. I decided not... I already mocked that one separately, and I decided not to mock that one, right? So that means I've already done all the mocks, and I can try this out and see it horribly fail. Because everything fails the first time, right? Yep, it failed. Attempt to index a nil value on line 35. Where exactly? It's chopping off the name of the file, but I believe it's this file, line 35. Nil value, NPC class. Where is... Oh, this one. Oh, right. I didn't make that an empty list yet. I didn't give that... I didn't define that. NPC class. There we go. Run it again. Okay, with components is nil. On 25 of here. It says that it's nil. Why would it be nil? Oh, did I not? I didn't... I don't... Alright, I forgot to simulate that. I was going to do that here, right? I guess so, I just forgot. Where to put it? I guess we'll put it here. And it is, we get a class entity number, right? Entity, component types, and visitor. Well, yeah, visitor. Okay, actually, I wonder if I could just take the real one and put it in its place and just use it. That's in utilities here. Actually, I don't. This is too complicated. We'll expect, because it's always called in this test from right here, so we should just expect that. So moon unit expect equal that for component types. And then we'll just take the class and we'll look it up for them and call this. So yeah, so we'll call visitor. The components will be a table with the class and the position in it, right? NPC class equals this one. And entity replaced there. And then position equals, and the same thing but with position. If I was really pedantic, I would check to make sure the entity is what we expect, and that would be like another one of these where it's like 10, 11, 10, 11, something like that. I'm not going to care about that though. And that's it, right? So I can abbreviate this like so. And that early. Try again. To get further. Oh, we got down to line 158. It got down to here and said that the spawn didn't happen. That's an actual value missing key 1 means that the entities created was empty. So it decided not to create an entity right off the bat. Even though it should have. Interesting. So it didn't trip up any other expectations before that, which is weird. So going from the top down, NPC spawning should have gone into here. It'll skip that because it's update. The initial time will be time. Last is 0, so it won't return. It should be calling with components of type try spawn on zone. So it should be calling. So I can actually just hack this to see if it's calling them. Moon unit expect true false. We'll see if it gets there. Yep, so it got there. We can say what should I put here? Expect equal nil zone, and it should print out what the zones are. Oh, it's a table. Yeah. Well, okay. It's getting there. That's all I really care about. If you write your code from the beginning, you would find the problem. Yeah. So I'm doing it kind of backwards. I'm writing the test to make sure that I'm trying to get the test to be correct, right? To match the code. Okay, so it's probably going into select by chance, so we can see that. We're already checking the expected table. I suppose we could print out what it is. Select by chance count when we get down to here. Yeah, so we can do that here. Moon unit expect equal that we've called it twice by that point. And it got past that, so it called it twice. You know, there's no harm leaving that in there, so I'm going to leave that in there. So it called it twice. That means that these tables were correct. it should have returned that table. Class equals 10. Result. What am I missing here? It should have returned something that says class equals 10. So spawn class should be 10. Let's put break in here. Error. Can't print tables without bringing in that code A squared gave me the other day, but we can at least say hello. So it gets there. Actually, let's print out that. 10. Okay, so it got class 10. Let's see if it gets that far. It did. I wonder if it's not getting past the ground being clear. So that would be if it doesn't get that far. I think that might be it. Yeah, okay. So it's probably not getting past the is ground clear check. Yep, okay, that's what it is. So caps M is what? Well, we can print that out. Mobility. Quick prints. 1. Okay, is it getting here? If so, what's the entity number? 100. Okay. So that should be returning false, right? And then that should be returning permit. So it should be... Oh, I'm not setting the depth. Shoot, that's the problem. I don't have the depth being set. You're right, Toulouse. You're following along with me. I can tell. It is not 0. It's probably nil. Let's find that. Yep. Yep, so it's expecting a depth. So what do we give it? I guess I will give it a component.depth, and that's what the real one does, right? Let's check. .depth. What is that filled from though? What's the key position depth? Oh, it's a D. Okay. Let's be consistent now. Call it D. So I need to set depths for those. So what's the change I made here? Oh, that. These positions I set up here have to have depths of 0 to be marked ground. So there, and there has to have a D equals 0. Oh, we got further. We got to 159. Oh, we were on 159, but it got down to here. 1 expected NPC actual was null? Why would it be null? Why would it be null? Oh, is it an extra level? I think that's what it is. There's an extra level here of indentation. This is one entity. So I'll have to do that in all 3 places. So each level means something different. So this level is the list of all entities. This is one entity, and this is the one component of that one entity. That's what that means. Run. We get further this time? 189? I got much further. Okay, so it actually created the first entity correctly. And then we got to the second one, and it created something when it shouldn't have. That's what this actual value has, an extra key. That means it actually created one. Even though the interval was less than the expected. Initial time plus expected interval half. Should not have spawned something. Why did it? It should have recorded the time as last, and the next time it should have done time minus last is less than 1 return, but it didn't do that. Why? Why? This was set to 1? No, it's 3. That's the problem. Copy-paste problem. Oh, it passed. It means it got all the way to the end. Let's tweak something to make sure it's actually not failing. I mean, not passing incorrectly. There we go. We got it verifying. Nice. All right, so if I really wanted to test it even more, I would play with the spawning things on top of walls problem. So that would be this access check and has a component. So has component is used to see if there's a player or another monster in the way, and access check is to tell if there's like a wall in the way. Do I want to do that or just leave that for tomorrow? I'm getting kind of hungry. It's way past 4 hours. Maybe I'll leave that to do. So I'll mark this to do. Here's where we would mock an NPC or player being in the way of a selected spawn position. And then here would be this, here's where we would mock a wall being in the way, or an obstacle being in the way of a selected spawn position. And I'll put this in my notebook as I want to enhance this test. Look at all these to-dos I end up making. I fix one thing and there's like 6 more things to do. Improve the test for NPC spawning. So mostly it's 2 things, right? Check that NPCs cannot be spawned on... Actually, it's 3 things. On top of other NPCs. Check that NPCs cannot be spawned on top of players, and then check that they can't be spawned on top of obstacles. There we go. To-do, fix to-do list. To-do, fix to-do regarding to-do list. Yeah, this is like the hell that programmers get into, right? They do one thing and they discover there are 6 more things to do. Hey, but look, it's all pass. So everything I did today is passing. That's good. And I made a lot more unit tests than I had at the beginning of the day. So we'll say that this is a work in progress. Oh, let me check these other things in first. This is just miscellaneous stuff. Let's check that in along with some other things. Actually, let's just check them all in. Save test, what did I do here? Oh, I just refactored that test a little bit to remove magic numbers. And this one was an extra bit of test. So, okay, so work in progress. Adding, improving Lua game script unit tests. So let's list what I did here. Hey there, Perry. No fail here. That's right. We were failing before, but not now. Do I want to say anything about this junk? Probably that, what was that, the name? It doesn't show me there, so I need to look at it. Right, with entities position mock should return the depth of every entity visited. And then, so add not yet complete test for NPC spawning, add test for pull aggro, add test for regen, add test for save, add, and actually no, I didn't do some of that. This is not an add, it's refactor magic numbers in save test. Right, and then this one was what's that exactly? Line 288 in utilities tests is what? This one, what's that? Select by chance. Oh, right. Add test of select by chance being given nil for the for its table. There we go. Those are all the changes I did. Ship it. I did say hello to you today. Hey there, Luckiness11. Check out this cool thing that I found that someone made. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I hit the wrong button there. Oh, you just said one word. Well, I have to highlight someone else's message. There we go. We'll highlight Ann Perry's message. Check that out. It's called featured.chat. You might have heard of it. Yeah, so Luckiness11 actually worked on this thing called featured.chat. It's correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a work commissioned by Twitch, and it adds an overlay that either I or one of my moderators or other admins can use to highlight different chat messages. And so Rally Monkey, for example, said, "Is Git GUI easier for me than whatever is built into VS Code?" I had an answer for that. Was it Git? Yes. Part of that command says I don't use the one built in because it doesn't work with multi-repository. And the answer is complicated, and I have a wall of text description for it. Yeah, so everyone seems to like the overlay for highlighting a featured chat, so it's working out really well. So unfortunately, I'm near the end of my stream, but I can answer any more questions or maybe just do a quick run through again of what I did today and what I do overall. I will end with that. So one of these days I'm going to make a recording for this, but essentially what I'm working on is an RPG. It's multiplayer. There is a division between what runs on the server and what runs on the client here. So the client runs in your web browser. It's a JavaScript app using lots of libraries like React and Redux, and we use Phaser for the graphics and the sound. And it communicates with the backend server, which actually runs the real game. Between the two is a WebSocket. The backend is running C++ for the framework, so the engine, so to speak, which is mostly custom made. And the more malleable parts of the game, like the scripts that are driving what this NPC named George does and what these slimes do, and like when NPCs get spawned and when they do combat and all that kind of stuff, is written in Lua. And what I've been working on today is setting up test scripts. So I'll have generally going to have one test script for every game script. So for example, the game script pull aggro looks like this. This is whenever an NPC gets upset with another NPC or a player, and it gets added to the aggro list, which is used elsewhere to pursue and combat other entities in the game, right? So I wrote this a while ago, and I didn't write it with any tests. So I've been working on writing tests for that. So here's the tests for pull aggro. It sets up a simulation of, here's a player and some other player, and here's 4 NPCs. Two of them have either no aggro table or an empty one, and this one's aggroing off of some other player, this one's aggroing on the main player, And then it's like, what happens if you tell all 4 NPCs to pull aggro on that same player? Well, you expect NPC 4 not to change. 3 now has 2 things in its aggro list, and the other 2 have 1. So I'm using a test framework tool that I wrote last week, a little tool that scans Lua scripts, finds these tests, and allows them to be listed and enumerated and show up in the Test Explorer, which is a nifty little extension to VS Code. This one, Test Explorer UI. And this is kind of generic, so it goes along with another plugin called Catch2 in Google Test Explorer. And the way my Moon unit works is it makes a runner executable that looks like Google Test. So it fools this plugin to think that Moon unit is a test runner for C++ code, and really it's a test runner for Lua code. The test runner doesn't care what the language is. It really only cares about how many tests you have, in what test suites, and what line numbers the tests start at. And running it, it just runs moonunit.exe and says to run this test, and moonunit says, yes, sir, I will run that, and I will give you output that looks like Google Test, so that you know whether to mark it a pass or a fail. So all that's working pretty well, and so I've been using it to run back through the scripts I had written before and making tests for them. So let's see. Let's highlight this message so we can answer it. So OX Volley asks, is the engine custom made in C++ or am I using a pre-built one? I'm using mostly a custom made engine. Because it is running on a server, it has to deal with all the net code. So some of the things I did not write are, I didn't write zlib for compression, and I did not write the SSL stuff. I used LibreSSL for that. Most everything else I wrote myself. So I wrote my own WebSockets class, UTF-8 URIs, my own Twitch APIs. Well, not my Twitch APIs, implementations of code that use the Twitch APIs. Anything that has to do with email. I did not write Lua, so I'm pulling Lua in and integrating that. I wrote my own JSON stuff, wrote my own web client and server stuff. And the game itself, the game and server is all custom made. And with the exception of the game server, everything else is in my GitHub. The game server is not in the GitHub because it is something I want to eventually productize. So yeah, I love to reinvent wheels. So that includes the game engine. Oh, Rally Monkey, was that a feature request? Was this maybe a feature request? Yeah, I think there are going to be a lot of feature requests to customize the featured chat, and I'm sure that there's already a huge list being compiled. I figure a lot of those things are already on the list. I haven't looked at the list, but I know the list is long, and that's fine because it's a pretty new thing, right? But it's really awesome to see people using it, even though it's so new. All right, folks, I think it's that time. I gotta wrap things up. So today's Friday, so that means hopefully I'll be back on Monday, and I really want to get through these tests. I know that it's kind of boring for a lot of people that I am going through. Hold on, where am I? Going through making these unit tests, so I might do some of this stuff over the weekend. My goal would be to make a unit test file for every script file, and then once it's done, I want to go back into the logic for the NPC, George, and the first thing I want to do is update his logic so that he does not aggro these slimes that he can't reach, because he's got to go all the way around this bridge to get to them. Right now, he kind of gets stuck trying to combat these slimes, and he gets obsessed with them, and only if I put them within reach will he go and fight them. Like that. Also got greenlit for a contract with Twitch to complete featured chat. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. Yeah, my understanding from listening to you and others is that it was commissioned by Twitch in the first place, right? So that's cool. We'll be seeing a lot of people using it, hopefully. So yeah, I'll be working on Monday to try to fix George's AI script in a test-driven development way, working on updating his script. so that I can prove that it's working before I actually put it into the live production environment, which is always a good thing. Test before you put it into the production environment, right? So that'll be Monday. I hope to see you then. And I'm going to try to find someone to raid right now. We'll try to pass you off to someone cool. I'll be back on Monday, like I said. Let's see. It's been a while since I've raided Zeratar. How about we raid Zeratar? He's also in the Live Coders team that I'm in. He's working on a cool game, which is like an integrated Twitch idle game. And it's called Ravenfall. And you can, through chat commands, you can interact with your avatar in his game. And looks like he's migrating it today to Azure. So I don't know. I'm watching an ad right now. I don't know if the game is active or not until I get through this ad. But it's kind of cool. Some stream interaction. Let me set up this raid. Hopefully he's not AFK. I really can't tell. Okay, looks like his game is not active, but he's looking at migrating stuff to Azure. Huh. He's a fun guy. Whether or not his game is up, it's still always fun to hang out in his channel. So I'm going to go hit the button now. And hit the wrong button. That's the correct button. Okay, here we go. Professional streamer here. All right, folks. I hope to see you again on Monday. Ciao.